Chilling tales for dark nights.
Want to make sure you never miss a Chilling Tales for Dark Nights video again? Be sure to subscribe and hit that bell to turn on notifications.
Chilling Tales for Dark Nights.
The police cruiser rumbled down the long gravel driveway, trailing a moldering cloud of dust that hung there until they left. About halfway down, there was a sign nailed to a tree that said, "If you can read this, you're in range." Depicted below this tender sentiment was a shadowed silhouette of an AR-15. Sheriff Ron Ball doubted the man at the driveway's end could actually hit him from there, but he'd sure be a fool to try. Ball couldn't hit the man from here either, but the last thing this day needed was a needless situation. Most situations Ball had found in his 20-some years of law enforcement were just that, needless. And this one was likely no different. It gave one a sense of needlessness, being a steward of solutions to needless problems. But Ball supposed someone had to do it. It was just what he was supposed to do. Deputy Dingle pointed at the clever little sign as they passed.
See that there?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, kind of funny.
I don't believe funny is the intention, Deputy.
Well, I thought you just said how you had a funny feeling about this'n.
Oh, I do, the sheriff said. After 20 years of sifting through bullshit, you get a sense when something's funny. Not funny like a clever little sign, Dingle. Funny like a criminal trying to outstrip the law. They rolled on. At the culmination of the long driveway was a little ranch house with a tar paper roof. Sheep of all sizes bleated to announce their arrival. Piccolo, tenor, baritone, and one that sounded like a busted kazoo. Stepping out of the car, Ball spotted the particular sheep in question. He knew it was the one because it looked like a busted kazoo. Dingle got out and put on his sunglasses. He only shut his door after Ball shut his. They made their way to the front door. Before the two men could get there, the screen door opened, and out stepped the man of the house. Ball noted, through his keen police instincts, that the man seemed a little uneasy, maybe even a little guilty. "Well, thank heavens," he said. Mr. Laundry," Ball said, "what seems to be the problem?" "Well, didn't they tell you?"
Laundry?
asked Dingle.
Did I hear that right?
"That's right, sir."
Well, how'd you get a name like that?
"Figure his ancestors did the laundry," Ball said.
Oh, right, that makes sense.
Laundry shifted a little uneasily. "Gentlemen, I got a situation here. I'm not sure it's time to—" "I hear you had a little run-in with an unwanted guest." "Well, yeah, that's putting it mildly," Laundry said. "But yeah, that's about the size of it." "And the fella's still here, I gather?" "That's right. Just around the corner there, in the pen." Ball gave Dingle a nod, and they followed Laundry around the side of the house. Laundry led them through a rickety little gate and into an animal pen. It appeared the pen was a kind of co-ed affair, with a number of different animals walking around. A few ducks, a threadbare sheep which didn't look much better than the busted kazoo, an unidentifiable specimen of poultry Ball took for a maladjusted turkey, and a nice little goat, perfectly black, but with a fancy little white beard. "That's the poor goat that was victimized," Laundry said. "His name's Liberace. Grade A, FFA show goat, but humble as the day is long. Even more so now, I reckon." But Ball and Dingle were not especially focused on the goat at the moment. Nearby was a shoe. The shoe itself wasn't so suspicious, but it appeared to have a foot still in it, and attached to that was a good amount of leg, a little red meat dangling out the end of it. The dirt underneath had turned brown where the blood soaked in.
Hey!
Dingle said. He clutched his stomach. That there shoe and that leg is the guy who was assaulting for Liberace. Dingle looked about the bar for a moment, but his Adam's apple bobbed, and he choked it back. It was well known that the deputy had a delicate stomach. Well, goddamn, where'd the rest of 'em go? The farmer was patting the little goat on the head and muttering words of consolation. Don't you worry, Liberace. These men are here to take care of things. They'll make sure you get your justice. Ball approached the lonely leg and stepped on the toe of the shoe. The leg stood straight up, the bone visible in the end of it. It looked to have been sawed clean through. He took his foot off the shoe and the leg fell over again. A few ducks waddled away in disgust. It seems like some manner of justice has already been delivered. That fella there raped my show goat. FFA certified. This fella here? Ball indicated the leg.
I thought dispatch said he'd shot an intruder.
Dingle said. That's right. Laundry cut in. I legally and justifiably shot the man for intruding on my property. But I also have the right to seek damages against his estate for what he's done to my goat. Ain't that right, Liberace? Ball and Dingle looked at each other, then at the goat. The goat was contentedly chewing a mouthful of grass. Laundry appeared to be chewing too, but it was just the muscles working in his jaw. Oh, where's the rest of 'em? Ball asked. Rest of who? Ball gestured at the lonely leg lying in the dirt. Oh, aside the leg? The rest of 'em's over there. Laundry took the two officers around the side of the house where the penned-in area continued. There, by a dilapidated old doghouse, was a pile of what used to be a man, but was barely identifiable as so. Beside the missing leg was a botched attempt at the removal of another. Along with that, the man seemed to have been partially field-dressed. His gut was sliced down the middle, with his victuals hanging out from whatever gristle normally kept 'em in there. Blood was everywhere. It was a mess unfit for Satan's stew pot.
Jesus!
Dingle said, his knees wobbling.
Would you? I thought you said you'd shot him.
I shot the man, that's correct. And not until I clearly identified him as a legitimate threat to my life and liberty. A goat bleated, and they turned to see Liberace coming around the corner. He walked up next to Sheriff Ball and just stood next to his leg. Ball scratched the goat on the nose. So, this the man they say violated you, little fella? Well, that's him all right, dirty, raping son of a bitch. Do you know who the man is? No, sir. I've never seen him before in my entire life. Deputy, go ahead and check and see if he's got an ID on him. Dingle hesitated. His Adam apple bobbed up and down.
Maybe you could do it? You're in charge, after all.
That's right, and that's why I'm questioning the suspect and scratching this goat while I'm at it. Suspect? Snapped Laundry. The only suspect here is that one right there. Well, I can't exactly question him, can I? Laundry glanced at the corpse. Well, I'm only saying. The dead man still had his jeans on, and Ball noted there did indeed appear to be a bulge in his left front pocket. Right there in the man's pocket, Deputy. Go ahead and grab that out.
I don't have any gloves on.
But I didn't say to check his prostate. I said to grab his wallet. Resigned, Dingle took a deep breath and stiffened his upper lip. He walked to the body and squatted next to it, with his head turned. He probed the thumb and forefinger into the man's pocket and extracted a worn and bloody wallet. He held it out like a dead rat. Bring it here, Deputy. Laundry, Ball noted, was shifting his weight from foot to foot. After 20 years dealing with the general public, Ball had learned a thing or two about body language. Most people didn't want to talk to him at all, and the ones that did were mostly talking bull. especially the ones that looked nervous. It got old after a while, real old. Just hold that open for me, Deputy. No sense getting both our hands dirty. Dingle huffed. He held open the wallet displaying the expired driver's license. Chester Sims. Oh, I know this fella, Ball said. He compared the picture to the mess in the dirt. Knowed him, at least. Wouldn't know him for looking at him now, would you?
He's the one we brought in for stealing a month or two ago?
Yeah, he's been stealing since he was a teenager. Tell you what, though, I've never known him for a man to cornhole a show goat. Matter of fact, I don't think I've ever known any man as to one to cornhole a show goat. How about you, Deputy?
No, sir. Can't say I ever have.
Laundry, how about you? You ever known a man to cornhole a show goat? I mean, before this fella right here? Not in a million years, he said. Ball scrutinized the man. Well, you don't look that old to me, he said. Ball patted the goat gently on the head. He looked it over a little bit, then straightened up and scratched under his hat band. Deputy, does this goat look traumatized to you at all?
Traumatized, Sheriff?
You know, like it might have been made love to without express consent. Dingle wrinkled his forehead and appraised the little goat like something on a used car lot.
Hard to say for certain, Sheriff. He looks all right to me, but it's hard to tell a goat's feelings by looking at him. The thing about goats is they got a way of just standing there.
Well, I'm no psychoanalyst, Deputy, but I'm sure if you want to find out if that goat's been fucked or not, you're going to want to have a look at that end of it. Ball raised his chin to indicate the other end of the goat, the part you wouldn't usually give a scritch.
You saying you want me to look at its ass?
Well, I don't know where you'd fuck a goat, but I got a pretty good idea that's where this guy was thinking. He pointed with his chin again, this time at the disemboweled corpse. If he did indeed fuck it, that is. I already told you that's what he did, Laundry insisted. The goat bleated, but not necessarily in agreement or disagreement.
Well, why do I have to do it?
You're the deputy. I'm the sheriff.
Well, who'd know better than you? I got no experience in that area.
Well, I'm here patting the goat on the head. How am I supposed to pat it on the head and look up its ass at the same time? I'm a sheriff, not some kind of contortionist. Dingle huffed again, but the sheriff's reasoning was undeniable. Reluctantly, he walked around back of the goat and leaned over with his hands on his knees.
This is goddamn undignified,
he muttered. You see anything?
Well, a goat's asshole, mostly.
Yeah? How's it look? Dingle squinted.
Is there a way it's supposed to look? I got no frame of reference, Sheriff.
Does it look like it's been, put upon in any way? Get in there, Dingle. Get in close and have a good looky-loo. With a note of distaste on his face, Dingle got down on his knees and got right in close to that goat's ass.
It's hard to say. Oh, shit!
Dingle fell back on his ass and elbows. What's the matter, deputy?
Goddamn goat just shat in my...
Deputy, after what this poor goat's supposedly been through, the last thing it needs is to be made ashamed.
This is goddamn undignified.
Say, I don't know what you boys are looking for, Laundry said. But I assure you, it's just like I said. I mean, just look at him. He don't need to stress. Poor thing's had his whole world turned upside down.
Ball looked at the goat. The goat chewed. Well, maybe you're right. How about we just take a statement then, and let the poor fella be for a minute?
Sounds reasonable.
Deputy, you writing this down? Dingle brushed the dirt off his trousers. He pulled a scratch pad and a pen from his back pocket.
Go ahead.
The sheriff patted the goat. It shook its tail and let out a few more pellets. So it's your contention, Mr. Laundry, that you came outside and saw Mr. Sims here making love to your prize show goat?
He was thucking it, that's correct.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. And then what happened?
Well, I seen him, and I told him to stop right there and put your hands up.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. And when you said that, where were the man's hands previously?
Well, on the goat, I guess. Where else would they be?
On the goat's back? Like this?
Ball put his hands on Liberace's back.
The goat bleated.
Yeah, just like that, Laundry said. Just exactly the way you got him now.
Uh-huh. And what did he do when you told him that?
Well, he just kept going. Went right on fucking him, right there in the ass. I tell you, Sheriff, I was so damn mad I could have smoked a pickle. So what's a man to do?
Ball nodded and crossed his arms. Well, I agree with you, Mr. Laundry. I don't think there's a jury in the world would convict a man for defending his FFA show goat against such an assault.
Well, that's right. And I'd appreciate it very much if you could get this deceased person out of my goat pen.
The sheriff eyed the body, stroking his mustache in contemplation. Just how many times did you shoot him, you said?
Well, just once, I reckon.
Just once, you said?
Yes, sir.
And he ended up like that?
Laundry looked at the mess on the ground. The flies had already started to gather on it. Well, I must have hit him just right.
Ball was standing with his hands on his hips.
He reached up to scratch under his hat band. Laundry was shifting back and forth on his feet a bit.
You, getting this, deputy?
Yes, sir. Shot him once, hit him just so.
Ball took his sunglasses off and folded them, then tucked them in his shirt pocket. He regarded the mangled man in the dirt. He looked over his shoulder, but the aforementioned shoe with the leg in it was not even visible from here.
You'll forgive me for saying so, Mr. Laundry, but I've never seen a man shot once to end up in such a condition.
.308 hunting rifle. Good round. Never can say what it'll do to a body.
.308. Ain't that what you used to kill that buck, deputy?
That's right, my daddy's gun.
And when you shot it, what exactly happened to it?
Well, it started to run off, then I guess it realized it had been shot and just sat down.
Any of its legs blowed off? Nothing like that?
No, leg stayed put. Didn't shoot him nearly as good as this fella.
So you say it's possible Mr. Laundry here shot this man once, and he ended up in such a state?
Well, I'm no forensicist, but that's what the man says.
I don't see why all the suspiciousness, Laundry said. I'm just a man looking out for his goat, the same as you or anyone else would.
Well, how did you account for the one leg being so far away from the rest of them, Mr. Laundry? I can't even see it from here.
Well, the dog could have tracked it.
A dog? Must have had to be a big one. What kind of dog do you have?
Laundry wiped his nose on his shirt sleeve, then wiped his shirt sleeve on his pants. Well, I don't have one myself. I figure one could have come through the fence.
And where is it now?
Or Helen must have run off.
Run off.
Well, that's reasonable,
the deputy said. The sheriff threw Dingle a glance. The one he used to say, pay close attention, with more than just your eyes and ears. The police instinct wasn't something you were born with 20/20. It was more like a little baby you had to raise to adulthood.
Well, sir, I'm willing to entertain the idea that some cosmic anomaly caused this man to disintegrate the way he did when you shot him just once with that rifle. See, in my line of work, you're apt to come across all sorts of little curiosities. Ain't that right, Deputy Dingle?
Well, that's right, Sheriff. Every morning I wake up and think to myself I'm apt to see something curious today. And most of the time that fact bears out.
See, all I have trouble wrapping my mind around is that a fellow would do such a terrible thing to such an adorable little show goat. It's just unconscionable.
The goat bleated in agreement. Well, we're in agreement there, Sheriff. It's a goddamn abomination. That's why I did my civic duty and put him down when I could.
Which is why I aim to make sure no jury might see things otherwise. thereby putting you, Mr. Laundry, a moral paragon and model citizen, in any potential legal dilemma by conducting a thorough investigation, of course. Ball felt a tug at his trousers and saw Liberace had begun to nibble on him. He patted the goat on the head and pulled his pants loose. Deputy, do me a favor and go and have a look at that fella's pecker there.
What? Whose pecker? You mean the chickens?
Well, the dead fella. Just go pull it out. See if it's got goat shit on it. A pause.
You pulling my leg, Sheriff?
Ball shook his head. Afraid our county is woefully short in the forensics department. Inevitably, some of that responsibility falls on us. But maybe Mr. Laundry over here could save you the trouble anyway. What do you think, Laundry? If I have Deputy Dingle here pull the man's Peter out, you think it'll have any evidence on it? Laundry's eyes were wide.
You mean to pull out the man's Peter?
He was shifting faster on his feet now. Looked like he was holding back a gallon of pee. You got something you want to say, Mr. Laundry? Laundry took a deep breath and restored his resolve.
I do not. I already told you what happened.
Ball sighed. Dingle, go fish out the man's Peter. If it's still remaining, that is. With Laundry's exceptional rifle here, it might have ended up somewhere else entirely.
Barehanded? But Sheriff!
No need to be so formal, Deputy. Police work is dirty business.
Damn it, just undignified.
Dingle steeled himself and kneeled again by the body. Turning away, he seized the zipper of the jeans and yanked at it, losing his grip several times from the blood. Finally, with it pinched firmly between his fingernails, he was able to zip it down. He looked back at Bell. Go ahead. It won't bother him any.
Well, I'm not worried about him being bothered.
Dingle, with a look on his face like he were reaching into an unflushed toilet, fished around in the man's fly until he unseated the bloodless, flaccid prick. Once he had it out, he recoiled, clutching the offending hand to his chest. Then he wiped his hand on his pants and stuck it in his pocket. He turned away and heaved. Well, how's it look, Dingle? Look like it's been up a goat's ass?
You can't tell by looking at it.
Well, have a look at it.
I said I looked at it. Have a look yourself. I'm not feeling so hot.
Ball ambled over and looked down at the man's pud. There was really no way of telling whether it had been anywhere inappropriate. Not by looking at it. Dingle was right. Bell returned to where he'd previously been standing and patted the goat on the head. So far, our investigation remains inconclusive, he said.
Well, can't you just take my word for it? I told you all I know.
Ball stroked his mustache. We'll need to move this up the chain of investigational procedurism is all. Soon as my deputy gets his bearings there. You all right there, deputy?
Ungoddamn dignified,
Dingle said. Maybe so, but a man's life hangs in the balance, deputy.
Man's deader than shit, Sheriff. Only thing I see hanging's his pecker.
It's not his life I'm talking about, deputy. It's innocent old Mr. Laundry I'm worried about. If it turned out we couldn't prove Mr. Sims here was indeed guilty as charged, then where would that leave poor Mr. Laundry? In a steaming heap of trouble, for all we know. Laundry's face went white when he heard that part.
Well, damn it, fellas. What'll I gotta do?
You've already done what you had to do. Now Deputy Dingle's got to get down there and examine the suspect's wiener a little more. Got to sniff it for evidence.
What?
Dingle had half a smile on his face, but it quickly straightened out as he realized Ball wasn't joking.
You can't expect me to do that, Sheriff. I'm no sniffer of men's Peters, live or deceased. Besides, I got no frame of reference.
The hell you don't. Very same goat here just took a frame of reference right in front of you. All you got to do is have a sniff and see if the aromas match up.
Oh, hell,
Laundry said.
Is that really necessary?
Unless you got something else to tell me, Mr. Laundry. Anything might have initially slipped your mind, maybe?
I most certainly do not. I told you boys what happened, and that's all I got to tell you.
Ball took out his shades and put them back on. He took a step toward where Laundry was standing. A little mourning dove flew out of a locust tree and lighted on the fence. You told us something, all right. For 20 years now, that's all people have been telling me. Something. Whatever they think is going to make their problems go away. Or just make me go away. The minute you walk in a room, people start changing what they want to tell you. Nowadays, seems like the second I pin on this badge, someone's waiting to feed me a line of crap. He took another step closer to Laundry. And I think that's what you're doing to me right now.
Oh, hell.
Laundry waved a hand in dismissal, but his eyes showed something different. Ball took his shades back off and looked him dead in the eye. See, I'd hate for the grand jury to get an idea you lied to the police about any of this. If that were the case, they might even deem this an unjustified shooting. And who knows what'd come of that? Life in prison? Death penalty? The way I see things, Laundry, is this man either fucked your goat, or you went and fucked yourself. And I mean to find out which one. And that's why Deputy Dingle here is going to have to suck that man's dead dick, just to check if it tastes like goat shit.
Wait, what?
Oh, hell.
Laundry looked different all of a sudden, a little like he was going to cry. How about now, Laundry? You got something you want to tell me? Laundry's jaw was really working now. A fella like him could only bear so much on his conscience. And by the state of the half-disassembled body nearby, Ball knew he hadn't the capacity to bear this one out.
Fuck,
Laundry said.
It's like you said. This fellow was fixing to steal a chicken. I got him doing it before. It just gets me so mad, that's all. Another man thinking he's justified to take property. But after I realized what I'd done, I tried to...
You tried to make it all go away. And when you found you didn't have the stomach for it, you went ahead and called me. Good old Sheriff Ball. Come down here and clean up your mess. That right? Laundry looked away. The goat bleated, and Sheriff Ball scratched it under its chin. He looked back at Deputy Dingle, gave him a little grin. The look on Dingle's face was plain astonishment. The little dove cooed disinterestedly and flew back into the tree. Ball guessed it had been rooting to see Dingle go the distance. He had to wonder how long this investigation might have gone on if either Laundry or Dingle had the stomach for what they'd signed up for.
What's it even matter?
Laundry said. Beg your pardon? Asked Ball. Laundry took a deep breath, wiped his nose on the back of his sleeve.
You know, I've been farming this land since before you were even Sheriff. And sometimes it feels like I'm only holding the spot for the next fellow that's stupid enough to farm it.
Now, what do you mean by that?
You raise chickens. The coyotes get half of them. You grow crops. The rabbits eat half of them. Whatever you end up with, the government takes half of it.
He shook his head.
I used to get upset about things, but not so much nowadays. Because when it comes down to it, we're all just playing our parts. This fella here, he was supposed to steal a chicken. Because that's what chicken stealers do. And I figure I was supposed to shoot him. Because that's just what I ended up doing. And I'm sorry for lying, Sheriff, but it's just like you said. We lied to you because that's just what we gotta do to keep playing our parts. Like some big pointless game that just keeps going and growing. And no one ever wins because the game never ends. And no one calls foul because the game itself is foul. And it doesn't matter how good or bad you play, because when you're done playing, you're done playing. And there's another one's right behind you, waiting to take your place. Another farmer. Another sheriff. Another chicken thief. And nothing in between makes a damn bit of difference.
The three men just stood there for a minute. It seemed no one wanted to be the next to talk. Only the soft sounds of the animals in their pens, the chickens scratching in the dirt, the crickets in the brush beyond the fence, the goat chewed. The man on the ground, eviscerated as he were, just kind of laid there with his dick out. Liberace was the one who broke the silence. The sheriff came out of his reverie and patted the little goat on the head. He'd always wondered what exactly goats were trying to say when they bleated like that. They seemed perfectly happy, just chewing, looking around, shitting every so often, and once in a while they'd bleat. It had taken them 20 years to realize it, but suddenly Ball knew exactly what the goats were trying to say. They were saying, "Fuck it," and Ball found he couldn't agree more. The sheriff cleared his throat. "You keep hogs, Laundry?"
Hogs? Yeah, I got hogs. Pig pens just on the other side of the house. Why?
Curious creatures they are. Eat just about anything they see. Damnedest thing. I've seen them eat their own even. Skin, bones, teeth, everything. I've wondered about that. But I guess that's just what hogs do." A pause. A tacit understanding. "You figure your hogs might be able to, tidy up around here?" Laundry raised an eyebrow, turned to the mess and back to the sheriff.
Now that you mention it, hypothetical, of course, I suppose if given the opportunity, they just might. If that were to happen, in a manner of speaking, of course.
Ball straightened up and nodded to the deputy. Some of the color had come back into his face. He turned back to Laundry. "Maybe you ought to let 'em stretch their legs a bit. Fraternize with the ducks and chickens and even old Liberace here." Laundry nodded.
That's a fine idea, Sheriff.
"Any thoughts, Dingle?" Dingle appeared to mull on that for a moment, then said,
A little gray area, I'd say, Sheriff.
"I'd say so too, but I've come to believe that that's where the game is played." The three men looked at each other. A questionable triumvirate right under the wide open sky, beyond which the trillions of stars and all their planets revolved without a hitch. There were no lightning bolts from the heavens, no one struck down, not even a peep from the dove in the locust tree. Ball looked down at the goat, but Liberace offered no disagreement. "He's a pretty goat, Mr. Laundry."
Well, thank you. FFA certified.
"Well, keep an eye out nobody fucks 'em."
Will do, Sheriff Ball. You two take care now.
Without a word, Ball and Dingle made their way back to the cruiser and got inside. Ball put his key in the ignition and just sat there a second. From between his thighs came a sound almost otherworldly, an unabashed crackling fart that went on an uncommonly long time. The men's eyes met, but not a word passed between them. There were no words left that needed saying. Ball put the cruiser in drive, and the two men went back up the driveway. "Just a little misunderstanding," Ball said into his radio. "Yeah, no worries at all. Copy that. All right now." Autumn was just setting in, and though it was early afternoon, the sun had already passed its apex in the sky. The leaves had lost their luster, and the dry dead ones crinkled under the wheels and spun in the wheel wells. Out on the main drag, there was a little dead dove on the roadside the sheriff was pretty sure he hadn't seen on the way in. One of its wings twitched, like the bird's dying effort to wave goodbye, or give them the finger perhaps. The sheriff had never known a dove to do such a thing, but every day was filled with curiosities. A million light years away, a star exploded. An earthquake shook the alien terrain of some uninhabited world no one even knew about. And all over the sprawling circle of the earth, there were acts of impropriety so dastardly even Laundry couldn't have thought them up himself. The liars were lying, the stealers were stealing, and some sick son of a bitch had his pecker up a showgoat's ass. Somewhere. But not here. Not today.
Say, Sheriff,
Dingle asked.
You weren't really gonna make me do that back there, were you?
Back where? Ball said.
There's a whole world out there, you just have to look. My father has said that my whole life, but until about 5 years ago, I really didn't care. That was the year I went to stay with my grandfather on his chicken farm. Back then I was 14, and like most suburban teenagers on summer break, all I wanted to do was be lazy. Every day I slept until noon, and then at night I stayed up to at least 2 a.m. In between those hours, I spent my time watching movies and playing video games. In fact, those two things were really all that mattered to me at that point in time. I wasn't very popular at my school, so I didn't have but one real friend, and he was gone that summer. And going out with girls wasn't an option either. They weren't interested in me, and consequently, I wasn't interested in them. So like I said, movies and video games were my life, and that was just fine with me. Unfortunately, my parents didn't feel the same way. Even before school was out, my dad was determined to plan a nice vacation for us to go as a family, but every time he mentioned a destination, I wasn't interested. Eventually, that idea was dropped, thankfully. Then as summer arrived, he and my mother switched their focus to planning weekend trips for us. Once again, not interested. This went on for a couple of weeks before my parents finally became fed up. One evening, my dad came up to my room and told me that we would be eating dinner as a family, never looking up from the Call of Duty game I was playing. I told him I was busy and I would grab something later. Typically, my folks would eat with each other in the dining room, while I grabbed something quick and ate in my room. They tried to give me crap about it, but would usually back down and allow me to do my thing. This time, that didn't happen. Obviously not all happy with my response, my dad walked over to the entertainment center, reached down, and then unplugged the surge protector. The TV, the Xbox, everything went dark. "It's not a request, Zach," he said with frustration. "It's an order. Now wash up and get your butt down there." Without another word, my father exited the room as I stared daggers at him. I had spent all day on that game, and with one pull of the plug, I had lost a good hour's worth of progress. "This is bullshit," I said, throwing the controller on the floor. It was just another excuse to push family time on me, and I didn't give one crap about any of that. Still thoroughly pissed, I went to the bathroom and washed up before going downstairs. My parents were already seated at the table when I got there. "Have a seat, son," my dad said, motioning to the empty chair across from him. "Your mother has already taken the liberty of fixing you a plate." Looking down at the dish sitting in front of me, I was annoyed to see it contained pot roast, potatoes, carrots, and Brussels sprouts. Who in their right mind eats this crap? I thought to myself. "I think I'll pass," I said defiantly as I stood up. "I'll just make myself a sandwich." A look of fury settled across my father's face. "You will sit back down, right now, young man," Dad said with an angry but calm voice. "You will eat everything that is on that plate, and in the meantime, you will listen without saying a word. Do I make myself clear?" Looking at my mother, I hoped to see some sort of dissension in her eyes in response to my dad's show of force. Instead, all I saw was a look of agreement. Apparently, I would find no ally there. So reluctantly, I did as I was told. As I ate, my parents told me about how they were tired of me wasting my time on useless things, that I was letting life pass me by when I had a whole world out there, just waiting for me. I listened to them go on and on like that for what seemed like forever. And then, they dropped the bomb. "Your mother and I have decided you will be spending the rest of the summer helping your Grandpa John on the farm." my dad said with finality. Grandpa John was my mother's father. He lived a couple hours away and had a pretty sizable chicken farm. My mom and her sister had grown up there, and they both claimed to have enjoyed their upbringing on the property. But I called bullshit. If it had been so great, why had they both settled in the city? There was no damn way in hell they would send me to stay there. But as I saw the seriousness on my dad's face, I had no choice but to wonder if he meant it. My dad continued. Friday morning you'll get up at a reasonable time and pack a suitcase with enough clothes and anything else you'll need while away. This doesn't include your laptop, cell phone, or anything else related to video games, etc. You'll only pack clothing and toiletries. That's it. How could they do this to me? I wondered as I stared at the two of them. This wasn't fair, and as I decided I was about to tell them that, my dad held up his hand. I don't want to hear anything you have to say about it, son. This is for your own good. You spend way too much time on these things, and you need a break from them. Besides, maybe you'll learn something from the experience. Fat chance of that happening, I thought. Will I at least get paid for this? I asked with contempt. Dad shook his head. Your grandpa wanted to, but your mother and I told him that wouldn't be necessary. Wow. Not only was my summer ruined by having to go to Podunk Land, but I had to do it for free. I couldn't believe this shit. But I left the table and returned to my room. I went to bed. Laying there, I thought about everything that had just happened. I was being royally screwed. How could my parents be so terrible? I continued to stew over it when a new thought crept into my mind. They were bluffing. They were probably mad because I was uninterested in their desire for family fun, and were trying to scare me straight. Well, it wouldn't work. Besides, most likely when Friday rolled around, the whole thing would be forgotten anyway. In the meantime, I'd play along with their game, and then call them out when it didn't happen. My folks thought they were so devious, but I knew better. Things would be just fine, I thought as I fell asleep with a triumphant grin on my face. It wasn't a bluff. When my father came home Friday afternoon to my still unpacked suitcase, he wasn't too thrilled. Get it done, Zach, he told me, exasperated. Your grandpa is expecting us for dinner. Disbelief washed over me. They were actually serious. Begrudgingly, I began throwing things into the large piece of luggage, and I was almost finished when a stroke of brilliance hit me. I might not be able to bring my computer, Xbox, or cell phone, but I did have one more trick up my sleeve. Walking over to my desk, I dug into one of the drawers and pulled out an old Nintendo DS. It had been a birthday present when I was younger, but had been forgotten once I received my first smartphone. Unzipping the suitcase's liner, I grabbed one of my t-shirts and rolled the DS, a case of games, and the charger up in it. Then I placed the whole bundle inside before re-zipping the case's liner. Mom and Dad would never know it was there. A few minutes later, I came downstairs with my luggage, announcing I was ready. My father eyed me skeptically. I think I'd better check your suitcase, he said coolly. With arrogant confidence, I picked up my luggage, laid it on the couch, and then gestured at it with my hands in an exaggerated be my guest motion. Frowning, my dad began his search. He found nothing in any of the outer compartments but the usual toothbrush, toothpaste, and deodorant. Then moving on to the main section, Dad unzipped it and began removing its hastily packed contents. Once empty, he stared down at the suitcase as if disappointed by his lack of findings. With swelling pride, I watched as Dad began repacking my things, but then he hesitated. Moving aside the things he had already replaced, my father unzipped the liner, saw the bundled up shirt, and removed it. My heart sank as he unrolled it. Without a word, Dad looked at me and shook his head. Then, setting my game and its accessories aside, he repacked the suitcase and then told me to load it in the car. The entire trip I spent sulking in silence, as my parents cheerfully talked about the scenery and how good it was going to be to see Grandpa. Trying to tune them out, I thought about the man as well. Grandpa John and I had never been particularly close, and it had been over a year since I had seen him last. We talked on the phone occasionally, but it was never for more than a couple of minutes at a time. It wasn't that I didn't like the man or anything. I guess I felt like he was way too old-fashioned for my blood. But the worst thing about the old man was his insistence on calling me by my full name, Zachary. I hated that with a passion. After what felt like the longest 2 hours ever, we pulled into Grandpa's driveway to find him sitting in an old rocking chair on the front porch. Standing, he watched us park and then came to greet us as we got out of the car. "There's my little girl," Grandpa said happily as he folded his sun-marked arms around my mother. "How you doing, Elizabeth?" "Pretty good, Daddy," she replied, beaming. "How you been?" "Making it, I guess, sweetheart." "Daniel," he said then, looking at my dad, then extending his hand. "How's life been treating you?" Firmly gripping Grandpa's hand, Dad gave it a hearty shake. "As good as can be expected, John. Been working like a dog, mostly," he said with a grin. "You know how it is." Grandpa laughed merrily. "That I do, Danny boy, that I do." The whole exchange was annoying, and I hated how my parents could slip back into their former country-fried personas so easily. It was ridiculous. The three adults exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then turned their attention to me. "Well, Zachary," Grandpa said as he fixed his sun-worn gaze on me, "I sure hope you brought your work gloves, son. We've got a good bit of work to do this summer." The old man and I continued staring at one another for a moment, but then he chuckled and gave me a strong pat on the back before turning his attention back to Mom and Dad. "What you say we all go in and get something in our bellies? Dinner's just about done." It had been a long road trip, and I was more than hungry, so I gladly followed the three adults into the house. Unfortunately, my appetite shrank as I saw what was on the menu. Meatloaf, steamed broccoli, and salad. It was going to be a long summer. But if anything, I'd shed some pounds, because there was no way I was eating old people food the whole time. "Better get used to it, boy," Grandpa said after seeing the look on my face. "Ain't no fast food around here, just what I grow in the garden." After dinner, I sat in silence as the adults chatted back and forth. Other than the fact that my parents were still dead set on me staying while they left for home the next morning, I had no interest in anything that was being said. More than once I felt my grandfather's eyes on me. "Zachary, if you're bored with all this conversating, there's probably a good book over on the shelf there you can read," the old man said finally. With disinterest, I looked at the man. Who in the hell would want to read a damn book? But it was better than nothing, so I stood up and walked over to the shelf anyway. A good many of the books in Grandpa's collection were some guy named Louise L'Amour, and the covers showed images of cowboys and crap like that. And most everything else looked like religious stuff. No thanks there. Finally, I picked a book about some kid named Huckleberry Finn, and then sat back down at the table. "That's a good one. You'll like it," Grandpa said proudly. Giving him and my parents a skeptical look, I opened the book. The next morning, my parents left as Grandpa and I stood on the porch, waiting, and once out of sight, he put a calloused hand on my shoulder and squeezed gently. "Well, we've seen 'em off, son, but the day's a-wasting. We better go see what Ezekiel's got going." With that, Grandpa stepped off the porch and I followed after him. Ezekiel, or Zeke as he liked to be called, was a man Grandpa John had hired to help around the farm. He was in his mid to late 30s and had been working for my grandfather for the last year or so. He seemed okay, but something just felt off to me about the man. What's wrong with him? I asked Grandpa later on as he showed me around. The old man thought about it for a minute. There ain't nothing wrong with him per se, Grandpa said. Zeke's just slower than the rest of us is all. But he's a damn workhorse, he is. So I can't judge the feller 'cause he has a different way. You shouldn't either. I thought about that as I watched the younger man hoe the garden, and it stayed on my mind over the next few days as Grandpa and I worked with him. I had dismissed Zeke almost immediately because I thought he was weird, but to my grandfather none of that mattered. He only saw a person that was a hard worker. After that first day, I found myself asking Grandpa questions about a lot of things. I didn't always understand some of the words he used, but the direct way he had of answering my queries was interesting to me. I just don't see the need to beat around the bush, is all, he stated when I asked him about it. We were picking vegetables in the garden, and I looked at him, confused. What does that mean, Grandpa? The old man grinned. Means I don't like the bullshit people, grandson, he said with good humor. Look, Zach, every man deserves an honest answer, but not many of them are willing to listen. This hit me like a ton of bricks for two reasons. One, it was the first time Grandpa had actually called me Zach, and two, I realized I was one of the people he was talking about. Besides the no-nonsense way he had of saying things, I found out Grandpa was extremely patient, too. It was the day after my parents had left, and the old man had just told me we were going to clean out the chicken coop. Shaking my head, I told him I didn't play in crap, and told him I didn't plan on starting anytime soon. Grandpa just looked at me, turned, and then started for the barn. Come on, son, he said over his shoulder. Coop ain't gonna clean itself with us standing here yakking. I continued testing the man's patience by dragging my feet as we worked, but it never fazed him. Later on, I asked why he never got mad when I gave him a hard time. Life's too short to get bent out of shape over nothing, Grandpa replied. Besides, I was your age once. Spent more time than I'd have liked working on the farm for my pa. Course, I'd rather have been out chasing tail and getting in trouble, but things had to get done, so I know a thing or two about being frustrated. Hearing that coming from my grandfather was a revelation. Maybe we had more in common than I had originally thought. As the weeks went by, I got used to and even started to enjoy my time on the farm, and I also began to get very close to my grandpa. During the next day, he and I, along with Zeke, worked hard. But once the day's labor was done, we spent our evenings playing cards and dominoes. Or I would sit and listen to the old man tell stories. It's good for a man to take in a little leisure after he's put a long days of working, Grandpa told me the first night we sat down for our after-dinner activities. This and the occasional trip to the creek to go fishing became my favorite part of being there. Not because it was something fun to do, but because my grandfather made it more so. If there was one thing in those first few weeks that bothered me, it involved the Zeke. Even though I had let go of my initial misgivings about the man, something still bothered me. While Zeke usually had lunch with us during the day, not once did he join us for dinner, let alone participate in our evening card or domino games. Instead, the man stayed holed up in a small camper trailer, in which he lived on the back side of the property. He just likes to be by himself, Grandpa told me when I asked him about it. Don't let it worry you none, Zach. I tried to heed Grandpa's advice and drop it, but I just couldn't. Thankfully, a distraction presented itself soon enough. Unfortunately, it was at the expense of Grandpa's flock. We usually gathered eggs at dawn, and I had decided that I would take the task on myself. It was during one of these early morning trips that I found the first 2 dead chickens, or what was left of them anyway. As I opened the door to the laying room that morning, I was met with 2 slimy piles of goop. "What the hell is that?" I said aloud. Shining the flashlight down at the mush, I was stunned to find a conglomeration of shattered bones, feathers, and green slime. As I continued to look down at the sludge that was formerly a chicken, I felt my stomach churn and fought the urge to vomit. I made it just outside of the barn before it came up, and once I had regained my composure, I ran to the house to get Grandpa. "Beats any damn thing I ever saw," the old man said a few minutes later as he inspected the remains himself. "We better take a count and see if there's any more birds missing." In total, 3 birds had been killed, the remains of the 2 I had found in the laying room, but the other we never located. The whole thing baffled both Grandpa and I, but it was only just the beginning. Over the next 2 weeks, it became a regular occurrence to find that 1 to 3 chickens had succumbed to the same fate. And eventually, the growing loss of the birds began to take its toll on my grandfather. He became withdrawn, and his former patience all but disappeared. More than once he became short with me over the smallest things, but I couldn't blame the man. The chickens were his livelihood, and with each day passing, that livelihood was being dealt a massive blow. Something had to be done about it for my grandpa's sake, and soon enough I came up with the plan. One night later that week, I waited for Grandpa to go to bed. When I was satisfied he was asleep, I grabbed a flashlight and headed out to the barn. The building's hayloft had been modified so that my grandfather could go up and look down on the flock from above. But tonight, it would serve as a good vantage point in which to spy on any would-be intruders. Entering the barn and then climbing the ladder, I laid down prone on the dusty loft floor. The entire laying room was visible from where I was positioned, and nothing should be able to see me from the ground. I just had to be quiet and wait. A couple of hours passed, and I was just about to give up my vigil when I heard the barn door open. Momentarily, Zeke entered the room carrying an old lantern. At first I wondered what he was doing there, but then I realized he was probably just checking on things. Or so I thought. I watched the man look around the room, and then he began walking up and down the rows of nesting boxes. After a bit, Zeke set his lantern on the floor, reached into one of the boxes, and then brought out one of the large red birds. The sudden interruption of its slumber caused the chicken to panic, and the bird began to cluck frantically while flapping its wings. The other birds began to stir nervously, but before they could get too worked up, Zeke reached up and snapped the captive chicken's neck. The dying bird beat its wings a few more times and then became still. From my hiding place, I watched with shock as the farmhand took the dead bird by the feet and held it above its head while staring up at it. With several sickening pops, Zeke's bottom jaw began to unhinge itself, while the rest of his mouth stretched out into a gaping maw. Once fully extended, I noticed the row upon row of sharp quill-like teeth circling the cavernous hole that was formerly Zeke's mouth. With horror, I watched as the man began lowering the chicken into the horrible orifice, and as the bird slowly disappeared down his gullet, Zeke's throat and chest bulged out grotesquely. As the bird continued its descent, The muffled sound of flesh and bone being torn from one another emanated from deep inside the hired hand. By this point, everything in me screamed run, but the thought of what that hideous mouth might do to a human kept me paralyzed a little longer. The chicken had now reached Zeke's stomach, and the man's torso convulsed violently as it digested the bird. Shortly, the man's spasm stopped, and with his gruesome mouth still wide open, the farmhand vomited up the undigested remains. Unable to turn away, my own gorge began to rise, and I fought hard not to puke. In the meantime, Zeke had moved on to another nesting box. There was no way I wanted to stick around for the second course, so deciding to take advantage of Zeke's momentary distraction, I started my getaway. Unfortunately, in my rush, I kicked over the flashlight. Terror filled every ounce of my being as I watched it roll over the edge, then fall to the floor below. The crash of it stopped Zeke as he was reaching for another bird. He looked momentarily down at the busted flashlight, then up toward where I hid. He searched the darkness of the loft with wide, non-human eyes, and I froze, hoping like hell he couldn't see me. With panic-laced anticipation, I waited to see what Zeke would do next, but was relieved when the farmhand turned and then ran out the door. For a long while, I just sat there, afraid to move. I wanted to go get Grandpa, but what if Zeke was still lurking around somewhere outside? The thought of that, and what the man might do if he caught me, made me stay where I was. Eventually, the first rays of the dawning sun crept through the barn windows, and I figured it was finally safe to leave the loft. As I climbed down, I scanned the barn for any sign of Zeke. Seeing nothing, I ran back to the house. "Been checking out the flock, have you?" my grandfather asked wearily as I came through the kitchen door. I only nodded, having no idea what to tell him. "Well, what'd you find?" he asked impatiently. Wondering if he would even believe me, I made the quick decision to keep quiet about Zeke, for the moment anyway. "Just one last night," I told him nervously. Grandpa only nodded his head and went about making breakfast. We never saw Zeke again after that night. That man, or whatever he was, had fled without taking any of his belongings. The suddenness of the man's leaving seemed to leave Grandpa with a feeling of confusion, but to me, it was a blessing. With Zeke gone, my grandfather would never have to know about what I had witnessed. The final 2 weeks of my stay were uneventful. Thankfully, no more chickens died, but even though things more or less went back to normal, the experience in the barn had stunted my newfound love of the farm. Needless to say, I was glad when my parents came to pick me up. They couldn't believe how much I had changed, and they were right. After that summer, video games and movies just didn't interest me as much. Instead, I put my focus on other things, such as spending time with my family and getting closer to Grandpa. It was a good thing, considering he died 2 years later. After Grandpa John passed, I found myself thinking back to that night at his farm and what I had witnessed with Zeke. What was he? And were others like him? I decided I needed answers. And since then, I've scoured the internet and searched countless books. While I've yet to find out exactly what the farmhand was, one thing is certain. My dad was right. There really is a whole world out there, and it can be scary as hell.
The Body Farm. Written by Brian Martinez. Performed by Jason Hill. I feel the need to explain myself. I'm not a guy who gets scared easily, but I'm also not the kind who keeps his head in the sand, if you know what I mean. When something doesn't feel right, it just doesn't feel right. And that's the end of it. I acknowledge that most of the bad things that happen in life can be blamed on other people and the world around us. But I also believe that there are things that fall outside of those two categories. At least until we prove otherwise. Like what happened at the Body Farm. I've always wanted to be a writer ever since I was a kid, so forgive me if I get too flowery sometimes. It is the habit of writers, after all. As I'm sure you know, though, writing doesn't pay the bills. And despite my dream of earning a living by writing, I've always needed a day job to get me by. Through the father of a friend, I ended up getting trained and certified as an unarmed security guard straight out of high school, which I did through most of college. It was easy, and the money was good. Enough. For a while. But eventually I looked for something with a future in it. So long as my writing wasn't taking off, I figured I might as well build a career. After a long search, I got a job at one of the major banks. Which one, I think I'd rather not say. 6 years I spent working my ass off, climbing my way up the ranks. And that was until about 5 weeks ago, when they decided that they had too many branches open on the East Coast, as well as too many employees working those branches. So I got the boot. No severance, no fanfare, and no apologies. I was out on the street, and as soon as I found out, no one was hiring. When things started to get desperate, I paid a visit to this employment agency up the block from my house. I've never really liked the guy who runs it, but as I said, times are desperate. So I walked in and I signed up. They didn't seem too hopeful when I asked about the other bank jobs available, but when they saw the security guard experience in my resume, they perked right up. As it turned out, they had an overnight temp guard position that they were having trouble filling. Needless to say, I was hesitant to take what I believed was a step backward. Not to downtalk or discredit guard work in any way, it just doesn't fit the direction I'm trying to go in at the moment. You'd think being an overnight guard would afford me plenty of time to write, but the truth is I've always had a hard time writing while completely alone. For some reason, it just makes me uneasy. I end up getting nothing done. The point is, I didn't want to take the gig, but I guess a man's got to eat. My choice was helped by the rate they were paying, which was at the higher end of what guards usually make. Against my better judgment, I accepted. They made a few phone calls and wrote down an address and sent me on my way. It's on the water. That was the only detail that they gave me. My old uniform was a bit snug, but still fit. I actually found that fact a little disappointing, to be completely honest. Around 5 o'clock, I arrived at the address they had written on the card, which it turned out was a boat launch to get over to an island, on which was the actual gig. I'll call it Twain Island, since I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to be talking about it in the first place, even though its actual name is one I'd never heard, despite growing up close by. After a confusing exchange with the older guy who ran the dock, he told me something which very nearly made me turn around to get back in my car. "I need to see your phone," he said. I was confused, but I took it out of my pocket and showed him. Then he said, "If that's a camera, I need to take it." I made a joke, something like, "What's on that island, the Queen of England?" or something pretty stupid, actually, but regardless, he wasn't amused. I argued with him for a minute, but in the end, I handed it over. Like I said, a man's gotta eat. A few minutes later, an even older guy came, got me, and took me onto the boat. Since it was only the two of us, and since I had no idea what I had gotten myself into, I tried to make some small talk. The guy wasn't really very talkative, but as we approached the island, he made the second sketchy comment of the day. This one in the form of a question. "Have you ever been to one of these farms?" I told him I'd been to plenty of farms, to which he said, "Not like this one, you haven't." I had no idea what he was talking about, but by then we were already pulling up to the dock that stuck out from the rocky shore. We docked. Before I could ask where I was supposed to go, he was already pulling away. It seemed he didn't want to stick around very long. There was a building up the ways a bit, which looked like an old rec center or something. Given that I had nowhere else to go, I headed for the building. Halfway across the lawn was a sign which read, "Twain Island Forensic Anthropology Facility." They were words I was familiar with separately, but together they lost their meaning. As I contemplated exactly what they meant, a young guy wearing a guard's uniform came around the side of the building and waved me down. "I heard the boat," he said. He introduced himself as Eric, and he handed me a walkie-talkie. He explained that other than a few computers with an internet connection, all communication on the island was done by old-school means. In case of emergency, they even had a two-way radio set up. I asked him why I wasn't allowed to bring my cell phone, and he said it was so no pictures ended up on the internet, which is something similar to what I'd heard from my friend who did guard work at a high-end jewelry manufacturer, so I guess it made sense. It still didn't tell me what the hell was going on out on this island. I point-blank asked him. All he said was, "Come on, I'll show you." We walked not into, but around the decent-sized building, past a second, smaller building, and into the woods beyond. Eric said something about the island being the alleged site of a buried pirate treasure, but to be honest, I wasn't paying much attention at that point. There was a very strong smell in the air. Pungent, sweet, though downright awful, which I found impossible to ignore. Eric noticed my face and said, "Have you ever smelled a dead body before?" I shook my head no. He said, "You'll never forget it now." At that point, we came into a clearing in the woods with a foul odor really ramped up. I've always had a strong stomach, but even this was excessive. I felt a ball form at the back of my throat. There were two people, one male, one female. Both roughly college-aged and wearing similar gray coats, standing over what looked like long, low cages made of chicken wire. As we walked closer, I could see dark forms in the cages like piles of trash. The girl looked over at us and nodded politely, but the guy didn't bother. She was pretty, and he looked like a bug. It wasn't until we were right on top of the cages that I realized what they held. The first body I saw, in fact, have ever seen, was a woman's. Her skin was impossibly waxy, with large patches of discoloration, like the wax had been burned. She looked like something had sprinkled rice across her, like a new bride. Unfortunately, it wasn't rice. The maggots crawled on her legs and pooled in the crevices of her neck. Her surprisingly white teeth grinned up at me, exposed, and her belly was inflated like a birthday balloon. My mouth watered from the rising feel of vomit, but I managed to keep it in check. It helped to not look at her creeping skin. He introduced the two as Bernard and Terry, interns from the name removed institute, and said there were two more wandering around somewhere, as well as the man in charge, a scientist by the name of Dr. Christensen. Terry could see I was bothered, so she was nice enough to finally explain what was going on. "We study human decomposition," she said. The goal was to better understand the process in order to help, among other things, police to determine more accurate times of death in a variety of settings. I looked at 5 of the 6 other cages, which she explained were to keep birds away, and asked how many there were on the island. "It varies," she said, "but it usually hovers around 50. 50 dead bodies, 1 island, and no boats. They said some see you laters, and then Eric led me around the rest of the island. First, to point out some of the other body sites, more corpses, some caged, some not, and then to perform a perimeter around the shore. He said I'd have to do at least 2 such rounds during my shift, which I was already thinking about skipping. It took about 45 minutes for us to circle back around to the dock, which I noticed was the only way onto or off of the island, short of risking the waves crashing onto the sharp rocks and the ring of slimy garbage. By then, the sun was starting to set. He took me inside the main research building, which I'd guessed had been converted from a sports center dating back some 50 years. We took a quick look around at the operation, and I saw the back of someone's head inside one of the rooms. But other than that, not much registered. I think by that time, my head was spinning too fast for any more information to get in. We left the main building and went to the second building, which served as the guard's office. Eric pointed out the bathroom, the lockers, the eating area with stocked fridge, the flashlights, the desk with the 2-way radio, which he showed me how to use, though by then he was eyeing his watch. He gave me a grin and asked if I was all set. I shrugged. It was the most sincere answer I could give. "I'll be honest," he told me. "Most guys don't last here very long. Especially the night shifters." "Oh. Thanks. If you take out the mental part, it's the easiest job in the world. But the mental part..." His voice trailed off, and I knew exactly what he meant. What could be easier than making sure a bunch of stiffs stayed dead? And yet, with the sun going down, I was filled completely with dread. The kind where you want to run and scream in no particular direction. Before I could articulate the thought, the sound of a docking boat rose up, and with a nod and a few more last-minute instructions about filling out the logbook, he was gone. "Next boat's at 3 a.m., he shouted from across the lawn, which seemed like a pretty important detail to be leaving for the last second. Ahead of him were 2 interns I'd met, Bernard and Terry, along with 2 others. Terry waved and I waved back, pretending to be unfazed. On the boat already, aside from the old man operating it, was a man whose face I couldn't make out from a distance other than a beard. I assumed it was Dr. Christensen, though I had no way of knowing for sure. After the boat chugged away and made a line for land, I looked around at the dimming island, inhabited by me and 50 rotting corpses, give or take a few, with the wind kicking up off the ocean, and wondered how I'd ended up that way. Only about a month earlier, I'd been sitting comfortably behind a desk in a warm bank. It was pretty amazing how quickly life could shift beneath your feet. I retreated back inside the guard's office and immediately decided to stay in it until the boat came to get me at 3. I locked the door. Screw the promises, screw the temp agency, screw the Twain Island Forensic Anthropology Facility. I wasn't about to go stumbling around in the dark on an island full of dead people, caged or otherwise. There was no way anyone would know one way or the other whether I'd done my rounds or not, and I had a hard time believing that anyone would want to get onto the island, let alone be able to pull up to a dock and get past me without being heard. To pass the time, I had the internet, thankfully, and that got me past the first few mindless hours. Before I knew it, the clock over the door read 20 past 9 o'clock. Outside, it was pitch black, while inside, it was way too quiet. So I pulled up some music videos and let them play in the background. A huge playlist of classic rock songs as I opened a text file and thought of some story ideas I'd like to explore. Not surprisingly, most of them had to do with zombies coming to life and attacking the living. Nothing really stuck though, and I began to have the familiar, uneasy feeling that comes whenever I try to write alone. After a few minutes, I stopped trying to fight it. I closed the file, and then my eyes. I'm not sure how long I was asleep. What I do know is what woke me up. With my eyes still closed, I started to become aware of a sound under the music, the playlist still coming out of the computer's speaker, which was faint, but getting louder. It was far off in the island, but I could make it out as clear as anything. And I know it sounds crazy. I really know it does. But it was a woman crying. When I realized this, my eyes shot open. I jumped out of the chair and grabbed my walkie-talkie and flashlight and ran out of the office, turning on the flashlight as I came around the building. I stopped for a second and shone the light into the forest, catching nothing but the trunks and leaves. For a split second, I wondered if I'd actually heard the cries, or if I'd been half in a dream, the way light sleep messes with you. But then I heard a shout, definitely a woman's pitch, and I bolted into the woods. All I could think was some idiot had found their way onto the island, maybe even a group of idiots, thrill-seeking kids, and hurt themselves on my watch. I would have to carefully forge the logbook to cover my ass on this one. That already familiar stench came to my nose as I came into the first clearing. My flashlight picked up the metal of the cages. I stopped running. I remembered myself, where I was, and why I'd locked myself in the office. Those cages, just sitting out there in the dark, corpses staring up, maggots and flies. The cries had stopped, which had me thinking either I was being pranked or, much worse, I was too late to help whoever it had been. So I did what I swore I wouldn't, which was the job that they'd hired me to do. With a major amount of hesitation, I did my rounds. Either I would find the woman, I figured, or I could honestly tell the doctor that I'd secured the island when they found a body in the morning. Another body, that is. A new one. As I walked the edge of the island, I formed a joke in my head about how they could leave the dead woman where they found her and just add her to the guest list. The joke always ended with me saying, "You're welcome." I'll be honest, I didn't do a full perimeter, but I did do most of one. Other than half of a hollowed-out horseshoe crab, I didn't find anything, so I cut back toward the first clearing where I'd sworn the woman's cries had come from. I walked slowly in case I came across any more body sites, especially the uncaged kind, which I didn't want to stumble over in the dark despite the little yellow flags that marked them. The smell would probably warn me first, except for the really long gone ones. the piles of bones, which still stunk but not nearly as much. Needless to say, I was relieved when I reached the clearing. The beam of my flashlight caught the tops of the cages as I walked between them, using them as a guide back to the office without really focusing on them. For some reason I still don't understand, maybe because my eyes picked up something different in the darkness, or maybe I just felt a change in the air. I shone the light into the last cage, the first I'd seen a few hours earlier, where the bloated woman had grinned up at me. My feet stopped, right along with my heart. What my flashlight saw, what I saw, changed me forever. And I know it sounds crazy. I really know it does. But the cage was empty. I got in closer to get a better look, because there was no way what I was seeing could be real, but I was horrified to find that it was. The body was gone. The only thing left of it was a long patch of dead grass, a puddle of half-dried fluids, and strips of what looked like leather, but I knew it wasn't leather. The cage around it was left exactly where I'd seen it, only the body had disappeared. As I stared down at the empty cage, my walkie-talkie crackled in my pocket. It made me jump a bit, a sudden noise in the night, and I fished it out of my pocket where I'd forgotten I had put it during the perimeter sweep. But if the first sound made me jump, the second made my skin crawl worse than even one of the corpses behind me. A woman was whispering on the other end. I turned the volume up and pressed the speaker to my ear to hear better. The words were too low to make out, only that distinctly female tone, the same as the one who had called out from somewhere in the woods. Nervously, I brought the walkie-talkie to my mouth and pressed the button on the side. Hello? Who's there? I tried to sound like I was in charge, but it wasn't very convincing. I let go of the button and brought the speaker back to my ear, straining to hear the whispers. A laugh. A woman's laugh, high-pitched and delirious, came through the speaker. Instinct took over and I ran. I ran away from the cages and out of the clearing, into the woods and out of them again until I was running between the two buildings and back into the office. I slammed the door shut and locked it. My pulse throbbed in my neck. I tried to catch myself with my hands on the desk, taking great big breaths of air in. Breaths of air. Stale air. Not just stale, but wretched. Sickly, sweet, pungent. The smell of those bodies had somehow moved into the guard's office, even though none of the sights were anywhere near it, even with a strong wind to push the air around the island. It was then, as I pushed myself up off the desk, that I thought again of the missing body. The woman's body. The woman's voice on the radio. The whispers and the laugh. It was then that I realized not just the air had gotten into the building. I looked at my hand. A smudge of something black was on my palm. There was a matching smudge on the table. They asked me to go back. It was 3 days ago. I was picked up, tired and hungry on that dock. The captain had found me with a dying flashlight in one hand and a turned-off radio in the other. This time, I was the one who didn't say much. I just got out of the boat and drove home in a daze and fell asleep in my bed. I spent a lot of the time since thinking about what I'd experienced on Twain Island. The rest of it, applying to jobs who didn't call back. I went back and read what I wrote. It sounds almost ridiculous now, like the ravings of a wild man, especially happening so soon after I woke up. The more I thought about it, the less real it seemed. As I was applying for other guard jobs, the guy who runs the temp agency called me to tell me the forensic anthropology facility had contacted them to ask about hiring me again. With no hesitation, I told him I had no interest of going back to that island. While I was at it, I thanked him for not warning me about the nature of their research. He swore to me he didn't know. I didn't believe him. He told me before I had made up my mind and they were willing to raise their rate by almost 30%. I think they're tired of giving the free tour, if you know what I mean, he said. It's hard to argue with that kind of money when you're unemployed. There was still the whole matter of the disappearing body and the creepy laughter and the traces of death in the guard's office, which were 3 pretty excellent reasons to never go back to Twain Island. I couldn't exactly ask him about all that without sounding insane, so I asked him for the next best thing. Did they have any complaints about the last time? I asked. The way I figured, if a body got up and walked away on my watch, they might think I had something to do with it. If they had any complaints, he said, I doubt we'd be talking right now. He was right, of course. The whole thing was feeling more and more like something I dreamed of. About an hour earlier, I checked my bank account, which was getting grim indeed. And now here I was, saying no to a cushy paycheck. I thought of Eric's advice, how it was the easiest job in the world, so long as you could manage the mental bit. Then I thought of my dad, who worked in high-rise construction for 30 years, and once drove himself back to a job site after having his thumb sewn back on, just so he could finish out the day. God help me. I went. A thought occurred to me as the boat captain drove me over to the island. What if the body actually had gone missing, and they were luring me back to question me about it, or even to catch me in the act of doing it again? What if they'd gone to the cops, but didn't have enough evidence to accuse me? Oh, my stomach sank. I looked over at the old guy at the wheel. He looked back at me with a funny look in his eye. Maybe it was something. Maybe it was nothing. Either way, it was too late to turn around now. When I got to the island, it was still bright out, which helped get me off the dock and onto the land, and I was interested to notice that no one had come to greet me when I arrived. I took it as a good sign and went to track down Eric. It didn't take long. He was at the computer at the guard's office. I didn't think I'd see you around here again. He said with a laugh. Apparently, the boat captain had told everyone how ready I was to leave when he pulled up the other day. But to be fair, no one had really prepared me for the kind of shit I'd shown up for. Eric found it hilarious, but I could tell he understood where I was coming from. While we were on the subject, I asked him if he'd ever heard anything weird on the island, especially on the night shift. He asked me what kind of weird. I don't know. Stuff moving. Voices. He got a soda from the fridge. Uh-oh. Don't tell me you're the superstitious type. That doesn't really fly here. As he chugged the soda down, I assured him I was a rational person, but he seemed skeptical. According to him, despite Twain Island being an island, there were still plenty of animals that lived there. Some swam over, others came over on boats or floating garbage. We've asked Dr. Christensen about animal control, but he says it would ruin the balance of nature, which is important for their data, or whatever. I think he just doesn't want to pay for it out of his grant money. It wasn't the first time I got the vibe no one liked the doctor. After I finished catching up with Eric, he threw away his empty can and announced he was going to complete his final rounds before it was time to go home. I think he expected me to hang out in the office, like he would if he could, so it surprised him when I headed out in the opposite direction. I wanted to reacquaint myself with the island and the interns. Based on the look he gave me, he definitely thought I was a crazy person. The real reason for my walk was even crazier than he suspected. No one was working in the main clearing, so I used the privacy to check the cage where the body had disappeared, or where I convinced myself it had. At this point, I'm not sure I really knew what to think anymore. It had been an uneventful return so far, and I doubted I would get such a mild reception if they suspected me of something as gross as grave robbing. So, as you can imagine, I was especially confused when I found the woman inside the cage. There, as though she had never left. She was less an inflated bag of maggots by now. More skin and bones than the last time I'd seen her. Though her rotting body was oddly comforting. When I turned away from her, Bernard, the intern, was standing at the other side of the clearing with a clipboard in one hand and a ruler in the other, checking on one of the other bodies. I don't know how long he'd been there, but when I turned to leave, he threw me a look too nasty to ignore. Instead of heading back to the office as planned, I went his way and struck up a conversation. Something pointless and banal about the weather, which he stayed quiet through. When I was done with my bit, he not so subtly changed the subject. He asked me what my interest was in the female specimen, and the way he asked it, I understood what he was implying. Which, by the way, is disgusting. I didn't know how to answer him without sounding insane, so I told him I'd heard some sounds out this way the last time, but when I came to inspect the site, there was nobody there. What he said next made my legs go cold. "Did you move her?" It took me a second. I said no, I definitely didn't, and would have no reason to, and I asked him why he would ask something like that. He didn't want to say at first, but after I asked a few times, he told me the photos hadn't matched up from one day to the next. Specifically with the position of the body. I asked him if it was possibly animals. The ones Eric told me lived on the island, the garbage riders. Like I was a child who'd asked a stupid question in class, he tapped the cage next to him with his foot and looked at me as to say, "That's what these are for." "All right, well, what about gases?" I asked. "All those things that happen when we decompose. Couldn't that move a body?" With no lack of attitude, he assured me he knew which movements were natural and which ones were not. She was definitely moved. If it was you, you're better off coming clean. I could see he wasn't going to bend on this, so I told him it wasn't me, and if he didn't believe me, it wasn't my problem. And I went back to the guard's office. But I'd be a liar if I said our conversation didn't weigh on me for a long time after that. By the time Eric got back from his final rounds, I was in a dark place. My thoughts were spiraling down, and I was angry at myself for coming back to the island. I was giving strong thought to quitting and hitching a ride back on the late boat. Eric could probably tell, since he was acting especially light and jokey, trying to improve the mood in the guard's office. I suspected it was less for me and more for himself, which he proved when he casually dropped that he had some big plans for the night, which would have been ruined if I hadn't shown up. At that point, Terry popped her head in for a few minutes to say hi and ask Eric a question about the alarm system in the main research building. Before she left me, she told me it was good to see me again. After she was gone, Eric chuckled and said how obvious it was that Terry was into me. I told him that was bullshit. "Huh. Why do you think they asked you back?" he asked. "I just assumed you were tired of giving the free tour," I quoted. "There's other guys they could have asked, and she brought your name up like 5 times in the past 3 days. She said you have kind eyes." Who else are they gonna bring back? I didn't put much faith in what Eric said, but it beat thinking about other things. It didn't hurt that Terry was pretty cute, in a weird, works with the dead way. The thought of asking her out distracted me for a while, though. Soon enough, I was alone. The boat came and left, and like an idiot, I did not get on it. I spent the first hour like the first night, on the internet, visiting the usual time wasters, but after a while I started to think about what Bernard had said. To be honest, it pissed me off. This guy, this bug-looking prick, doesn't even know me. He wasn't even there that night, yet he thinks he can just throw around disgusting accusations. Pretty soon I wasn't paying attention to the screen. I was thinking about cornering Bernard in one of the more private areas of the woods and giving him something real to accuse me of. I'm not an outwardly violent guy, but that doesn't mean I'm incapable of it. Something by the door caught my attention. Movement. I turned in time to catch a spot of darkness moving past the window. For a second time that day, my legs went cold. The shadow was in the vague shape of a person. I'd like to say that I jumped out of my chair and flung the door open and jumped on the intruder like a damn security guard should, but the truth of the matter is I stayed as still as I could. I listened to the grass rustle. I didn't move a muscle until the sound was gone. A minute later, I stood at the open door, shining my flashlight into the dark. Even though I didn't want to, even though I hated to admit it, I found myself surrounded by the very familiar and very strong smell of rotting corpse. My first instinct, and it would be yours too, was to step back inside and lock the door, radio the police, and shut myself in a broom closet until help arrived. But I also knew that dead bodies don't get up and walk around, that those things don't happen except in movies. I pictured my dad and what he would do in this situation if he was still alive. He would find whoever was screwing with him and jam his reattached thumb into their eye. My attached one would have to do. Due to an overcast night, the woods were already black. The way the flashlight's beam pierced the night reminded me of footage of deep-sea divers. I moved quietly between the trees and toward the main clearing, and strained to hear even the slightest sound of footsteps or movement in the woods ahead of or around me. But other than the wind and the ocean, I couldn't hear a thing. What made me happiest, though, was finding the woman's body in its cage, right where it belonged. Even now, that sounds like an unbelievable thing to find relief in, and after a quick check, I discovered all of her roommates were in their respective cages as well. At least in this site. Taking courage from that, I decided to finally do some proper rounding. There was a mystery on that island. Something the employees weren't telling me. It was time I figured it out. I moved into the woods at a sharp angle, aiming to reach the shore at a particular spot I'd seen with Eric the other day. A point at the island's highest where he said you could see a small cave opening at low tide. The point itself didn't matter so long as I had a target, though something about the overcast night got me confused. Not being able to use the moon or stars as reference, and after a couple of minutes I found myself turned around. As it turns out, the island is larger than I'd thought at first, and it's very possible to get lost on it. I tried to correct my path using the sound of the ocean, just keep heading towards the waves, but after a minute, I came into a clearing and was surprised to find it was the one I had left a few minutes earlier. If I were a smarter man, I would have said screw it and returned to the office, but my decision to find answers had made me too stubborn to take the easy way out. Instead, I turned around and headed once again for the same spot on the shore. This time, I made an even sharper angle. There was no way I was going to end up back in that clearing. The good news is I didn't. The bad news is I became completely disoriented by the night and the tree after identical tree, and it wasn't long before I couldn't tell which way the ocean was, the sound of the waves coming from all directions. Twice I came across body cages, but I didn't stop long enough to get a look at them. Lord knows it was bad enough putting my back to them in the darkness. Thinking about their dead eyes on me put some speed in my step. If you've ever been lost, you know the feeling of frustration and hopelessness it brings. How you kick yourself for being so goddamn stupid. You blame yourself for every mistake you've ever made. Whether or not you believe in God, you start making pacts and promises. If you just get me out of this, I promise I'll change my ways. Even though you fully intend to forget everything you said the moment you're found again. Bottle up that feeling and let it loose on an island of cadavers. And you'll start to understand what went through my head in those woods. When I got really desperate, I started to notice the smell of rotting meat. With the breeze blowing so erratically through the trees, I couldn't get a bearing on which direction the stink came from. Whether it was following me or I was following it wasn't clear. Only one thing really was. It was getting a lot stronger. I didn't know if I should walk slower to keep from stepping in something or run away from someone pursuing me. As much as I wanted to check the trees, my flashlight stayed trained on the ground and, oh, thank God it did. Out of nowhere, I came across a body. A pair of purple feet sticking up from a patch of green ivy. It wasn't even marked with a flag, which I thought was extremely dangerous, and if it had been, the flag had fallen and disappeared under the thick vines. The body was muscular, definitely a man, and as I got closer I saw it was missing its head and one of its arms. Flies buzzed on its freshly ruptured skin. Their whining voices got under my own skin, into my eardrums, and nausea bubbled up in my stomach, the taste of acid at the back of my throat. I threw up behind a tree, doubled over, wiping my mouth clean. A stick snapped somewhere in the woods under weight, as if someone had stepped on it. I straightened up and aimed my flashlight toward the sound of approaching footsteps, and I called out, "Who's there?" The beam of light found feet. Not the corpse's feet, but walking feet. Feet wearing shoes. Feet attached to legs and pants and a gray coat. "You are contaminating my sight," the bearded man said. I didn't have to ask him for identification. It was Dr. Christensen. "The other guards don't come this far inland." To be honest, I'm actually a little lost, I admitted to him. This isn't the place to do that, he said as he walked over. I agreed wholeheartedly. I told him I thought everyone had gone home by now. Well, I'm one of those fortunate few who does what he loves, he said. I tend to get lost in the work. I wasn't sure exactly how that statement made me feel about the doctor. On the one hand, I admired his work ethic for sure. On the other hand, a man who can get lost in this kind of work doesn't exactly make you feel comfortable being around him at night. You missed the boat, I told him. He shrugged it off. If I call for another comes, he explained. Did you happen to walk past the guard's office a little while ago? His face shifted. Are you keeping track of me? I shook my head no. You worry about people trying to get onto the island. I'll worry about what they do while they're here. I nodded. There wasn't any arguing with a prick like that. He pointed me in the right direction back to the buildings. I thanked him and went to leave, but at the last second I turned back. There was something that I needed to know. All this doesn't really bother you? I asked, but his expression told me everything. He was tired of this question, and not just tired of it, but above it. I find it fascinating, not that I need to. The data I gather here will give police the evidence they need to catch countless criminals. I guess I can't get over the fact that they used to be people. I mean, that guy right there, I pointed. Do you even know his name? The doctor no longer looked like he wanted to humor me. By any remote chance, do you know why I asked you back? He asked. I told him probably because everyone else said no. Because I don't like to answer questions, and that's why I chose an island for my research in the first place. They say no man is an island, I offered, because I couldn't really think of what else to say. They are worried about being popular. Well, that certainly wasn't a problem he shared. I thanked him for helping me find my way, but by that time he wasn't paying attention to me anymore. He was studying the headless man, taking down some notes. So I left without another word and headed in the direction he said. It was surprisingly easy to find my way back after that. Within 20 minutes, I was standing in front of the open door of the guard's office. As I entered the building, I tried to remember for the life of me if I had left the door open. I tell you, even now, I could have sworn that I closed it. I took a quick piss in the cramped bathroom, washed my hands, and grabbed a soda from the fridge. Downing it in 3 long swigs, I threw the can in the garbage pail where it joined Eric's and a few others. It seemed they were more concerned with recycling people than they were aluminum. There was a big cork board hung up in the eating area with a bunch of random things tacked to it. Health notices, old flyers, a few articles cut out of medical magazines. But it was the photo that caught my attention. It was one of those unflattering pictures people love to take of each other at work. Messy hair and a few extra pounds only matter if it's a picture of you, right? It seemed like a recent photo, probably taken with one of the digital cameras they used to photograph the bodies and print it out in the office printer. That said, I still didn't recognize the guy in it. He was in fairly good shape. Arms bulged against the short sleeves of his guard's uniform. On his right forearm, he had a tattoo of a green snake wrapped around a red apple. I thought back to the body in the middle of the woods, where Dr. Christensen and I had talked. No cage, no flag. Pretty muscular guy. Missing the head as well as one of the arms. One of the arms. Missing an arm. The right arm. Just to be safe, I locked the door. You'd think I was crazy if I said I went back to Twain Island for even one more night. It's okay to admit it. You'd be right. But I have to admit something too. I suffer from a case of curiosity. I can't help but stick my nose in strange business. Maybe that's what appealed to me about guard work in the first place. The idea of seeking out trouble. It seems like all those hours behind a desk weren't able to wipe it out. It also helped that they asked me to cover a day shift this time. Eric called out sick, which seemed to me a way safer than another graveyard shift. Maybe it's childish to feel that way. Like I'm a little kid scared of the dark, but at least in the daytime I can see what's coming at me. Not to mention I wouldn't be alone on the island during the day. I might even get some answers about what was going on out there if I spied around. Talk to the right people and ask the right questions. Just to be crystal clear, though, I did ask the employment agency if there were other gigs. Any other gigs. You can see where this is going. Maybe it was the warm sun and knowing I'd be off the island before it went away, or maybe it was the pocket knife in my back pocket. When I handed my cell phone over to the guy who ran the dock, I was feeling a bit bold. I asked him if there were any interesting local stories about Twain Island. At first, he shrugged it off and said, well, every place has stories. But then, he said there was one thing. A story he'd heard more than once from more than one neighbor, which might be of interest. He said that strange lights had been seen on the island, either from the shore or by passing boats. To say the story was disappointing would be an understatement. I told him it was most likely just the flashlights of guards doing their rounds. He nodded and said, yeah, you're probably right. As I was leaving, I heard him mumble, pretty stupid to use red flashlights. Out on the dock, Terry Bernard and another assistant were by the boat waiting for me to arrive. The captain was on the boat reading a magazine. When he saw me, he put it down and started the engine. Terry smiled and said hello, as did the other assistant, a heavier guy named Miguel. As always, Bernard was a creep and said nothing. That was until we got out on open water and Terry started making some small talk. So, you, can't stay away, huh? She asked. What can I say? Apparently I need this money stuff. She laughed. I was feeling pretty good about myself until Bernard chimed in. That's not all you get out of it, he said. I could not stand this guy any longer. I leaned past Terry and asked him what his problem was. Night shifters, he said. Look around, I told him. I'm working a day shift. You're still a night shifter. He didn't even want to look me in the eye. I kind of wanted to punch him in his, but Terry got involved and asked what was bothering him. He started spouting some bullshit about fetishes and fascinations with death and all this stuff that he knew a little too much about. Miguel just shook his head and laughed at what Bernard was saying, but Terry, to her credit, did her best to defuse the little creep. By the time we docked, he was calmer, but still not looking my way, which honestly was just fine by me. Before we walked off, he turned back to me and said, do whatever you want to the bodies, just stay away from me. Terry must have seen that I was about to pounce on him. She got in front of me and pulled me in the other direction, saying she needed some help carrying some heavy boxes. She was clearly appealing to my ego. I reluctantly decided to drop it. The little idiot wasn't about to ruin my chances with a cute girl. That would be letting him win. As we walked to the main research building, I realized Dr. Christensen hadn't come over with us. Terry explained that he usually comes over alone whenever he decides to start his day, and her saying that reminded me of the conversation I had with him the other night about missing the last boat. If I call for another, another comes, he'd said. Terry laughed and said it sounded like something an egomaniac like him would say. I was digging her more and more by the minute. We entered the research building and continued down the hall. I'm sorry about Bernard, she said. Forensics does attract the occasional weirdo. Is that what brought you into it? I joked. Well, actually, it was because my brother died. Oh, shit. I felt my face go red at my terrible joke. It's fine, she waved it off. We were really close. He donated his body to science and it ended up in a facility like this one. When I looked into forensic anthropology, I was hooked. I went right to the university and changed my major. I know it sounds funny, but I feel closer to him here. It did sound weird, but I'd heard of worse ways of coping with grief. When my dad died, I spent the first month so drunk I can barely remember it except for what people tell me. I even spent a night in jail for breaking a bartender's nose, though. That's a story for another time. Terry and I went through a door at the end of a hall where the sign simply read, "Cleaning." The room was about the size of a small kitchen and had all kinds of tools and chemicals for cleaning skeletons once they had served their purpose on the farm. Terry showed me the whole operation, explaining that after being cleaned here, the bones went to another room for storage or shipping, depending on their final home. But you don't need to go in there, she said. It's just a bunch of bones. What was the name of the overnight guard who worked before me? I asked out of the blue. She seemed caught by surprise, but she thought for a second and said his name was Greg. Is he the guy with the tattoo? I pointed to my forearm. Well, yeah. How'd you know? She nodded, remembering the picture. It's too bad he left. I asked her why, and she said, well, he was kind of cute. At that point, the door opened and Dr. Christensen appeared in the doorway. He seemed very annoyed by me being there. I think you'll find no one in here needs guarding, he said, then glanced at Terry. Terry apologized and explained that she needed my help moving some boxes. He mumbled something about female musculature and left. I meant to ask, I stopped him. Do you know who's relieving me? It was my understanding that you are. That meant a double shift. Nobody had said anything about that. Is that a problem? I guess I could use the money. As long as it suits your needs. After he left, I turned to Terry. I guess forensic attracts a few assholes, too. Her face stiffened. She said, he's my father. My jaw must have dropped to the floor. Then she said, I'm just kidding. We both laughed, a great feeling after all the stress and creepiness of the past week. I asked her where the boxes were that she needed help with. What boxes? She smiled at me on her way out. For the first time, I was happy I'd come back to the island. I grabbed a walkie from the office and did my rounds. A full perimeter around the island that took about an hour, give or take. Everything was fine, of course. And in the daylight, it was almost an enjoyable time. Like a normal, brisk walk on a rocky shore. At the high point of the island, I even tried to look down below for the cave opening, but the tide was far too high. I was starting to think Eric made that up anyway. Along the way, I only saw one body in a cage near the shore. Probably studying the effects of the ocean water or something similar. I stopped looking when I saw what was crawling out of its ear. When I got back to the guard's office, I stepped inside and looked around. Nothing out of place. Very quiet. Just when I was about to sit down, I glanced into the break area. The corkboard, the photo. Greg, smiling awkwardly into the camera. Greg, who might still be on this island, but not smiling. Not alive. I remembered why I was here. Why I was really here. And this time it wasn't for the paycheck. I wrote all of this down to let you know that I'm going out right now. I'm gonna get some answers. My first stop, that storage room. Things are much worse out here than I thought. I barricaded myself into the guard's office using the desk and the break room table. I'm covered in things I can't even think about, and I don't know what to do. If I die out here, I guess it's my own damn fault. Damn it. Why did I come back? I have to stick to the story. People have to know what happened. I went to the storage room like I said I would. It had all these boxes. I was really careful to be as quiet as possible to make sure no one saw me go in. Not into the research building and definitely not into that storage room. But someone must have seen me. That or a silent alarm, I'm not sure. Maybe that's it. I started going through the boxes, and at first it was what it was supposed to be. Cleaned up skeletons, separated, broken down to be shipped out. But I had to keep looking. Didn't I? In the back of the room, I found a few boxes sealed up with orange tape and labeled to be put in the incinerator. I cut them all open and put the knife back in my pocket before I started looking inside them. The first one had random clothing inside. It took me a second, but I realized it was the clothing the bodies had shown up in. They stripped most of them before they laid them out. The box was a little creepy, but nothing too suspicious. Not until I opened the second box. The first shirt I pulled out was a kind I knew too well. I knew it because I was wearing one just like it. It was a guard's uniform shirt, and it didn't stop at one. The whole box was filled with uniform shirts and pants, black socks and shoes and belts too. I counted 4, 5, 6 uniforms, and as I pulled out each one, my heart pounded louder. So loud, I didn't even hear someone enter the room behind me. They must have snuck up on me and hit me over the head because in an instant everything went black. I woke up with my back on cold rocks and the ocean screaming in my ears. The way my legs and arms felt, I must have been injected with something. It was more druggy and numb than concussion. And as my eyes tried to focus, I started to make out the shapes of toothy rocks overhead. My wrists were tied behind me, and I could barely feel them pinned under my back. The ceiling was all rock and barely 10 feet above. There was almost no light, but the little bit of it seemed to come from the same direction as the sound of ocean waves. I turned my head and it felt like dragging a bag of rocks. I found myself looking into the terrified eyes of Eric. Eric. The guard who I was told called out sick was lying next to me in the darkness. His face was stained from crying and he was mumbling to himself, but I couldn't make out what it was. It sounded like a That took him. That took him. My head was swimming so badly. I tried to ask him what was happening, but I could barely form the words. Finally, I managed to get them out, and he only repeated his mumbling louder and louder until he was screaming and crying the words at me. They took them! They took them! I was still disoriented, and I didn't understand what he was talking about, but I did my best to keep my eyes in focus and look down, where he was looking now, still screaming. And that's what I saw what he was talking about. His feet were gone, cut off cleanly above the ankle with the stubs wrapped in bandages. It wasn't messy at all, but clean, professional. And even as I looked down at the horrors flopping at the ends of Eric's legs, I knew my suspicions were true. No regular man had done this. A doctor had. A surgeon. An expert. Someone too familiar with how the human body was put together and, more importantly, how it was taken apart. The shock of the sight cleared my head. I tried my best to calm Eric down, using only my voice since the rest of me was bound, but it wasn't easy at all. He seemed to be hurting pretty bad. Eventually, I got him to stop yelling long enough to ask him who did this and why. He was in a daze, retreating inside his own mind, or about to pass out for the pain, but finally he said something. Trying to bring him back. Who is he trying to bring back? I asked, but he was completely catatonic. He wasn't going to be any more help, and I knew I had to focus on getting out of there, or I might just end up like him, or worse. First, I'd have to save myself. Then I'd come back for him. But then I heard a voice. A woman's voice. And that made my heart jump with pure relief. "Are you okay?" Terry asked. She shone a flashlight on us, and I could see by its light she was upset. I was so happy to see her, I must have cursed 10 different ways while laughing. I told her to untie me before that fucking psycho doctor came back to finish the job, but she went around to Eric first. She had a scalpel in her other hand, perfect for cutting rope, and I was glad to see that she was prepared. I told her if she untied me first, I could help her with Eric. But she looked up at me. And with this blank expression I can't explain, she just said, "I'm sorry." Before I could make a sound, she stuck the blade in Eric's throat. Blood bubbled up and Eric gurgled wide-eyed, while all I could do was watch him struggle. It was too much. I turned my head and waited for the awful sounds to stop, and by the time I looked back, Eric was gone. My stomach clenched as I realized the one person I thought I could trust had just murdered a man in front of me. "Thank you," Terry said to Eric's corpse. Her voice sounded so genuine, like she was talking to a friend. I screamed at her and asked her what she was thanking him for. "For donating his body," she answered, as if it was obvious. "Without donors like Eric, William can never come back." Who the fuck is William? But as I said it, I already knew the answer. "I told you my brother went to the facility like this one, but that wasn't the whole truth. It wasn't just like this one. It was this one. William is here. He's here, and he needs me." Even in the dim light, I saw the look in her eyes, like every emotion was fighting inside of her. I can hear him calling out for help. I don't want to do these things, but he needs my help. Don't you see? Not just any parts will do. The doctor needs the bodies for his research. But they stopped funding him. Neither of us could let that happen. So I helped him. I put all those ads out. I called the agencies. I got him what we both needed. Her eyes were full of tears. I couldn't believe how completely she'd fooled me into thinking she was a nice, sweet girl. And now it was just so obvious that she had lost her mind. But believe it or not, she was still my best chance of getting out alive. The doctor doesn't care about your brother. He's just using you, I said. You think I don't know that? He has his reasons and I have mine. We both make sacrifices to save lives. That is quite correct, my dear, a man said behind her. Dr. Christensen stepped into the light wearing a rubber apron, like a butcher at a meat processing plant. Sacrifices are always needed in the name of science. His mood was nonchalant, as if it was another day at the office. I told him he'd never get away with this, that someone would come looking into the disappearances, that they'd wonder what he was still doing out here after they cut his funding off. You are more right than you know. By next week, this facility will sadly be shut down. He was saying it as much to Terry as he was to me. Terry didn't take the news well at all. She got in his face, freaked out on him, shouted how William wouldn't be finished by next week. Which, honestly, I didn't know what it meant, and I didn't want to know. But he calmly told her the situation was unavoidable. He reminded her that there was still time to finish what they'd started. When he said it, he looked directly at me. Terry turned her attention back to me, and she... I don't even want to say this, but... oh, God, she smiled at me. Smiled like she was still flirting with me. Meanwhile, I was lying in Eric's spreading blood. You really do have kind eyes, she said. Just like William. She came back and bent over me with the scalpel squeezed between her fingers. What she didn't know was I had a blade of my own. The knife, which I'd managed to get out of my back pocket and was using to work on the rope around my wrists. I cut myself a few times with it, but nothing serious. I tried not to show it on my face as she came in closer. She smiled, sadly, as she brought the scalpel to my face. He'll be so happy to have his eyes back. But suddenly the doctor was over her, and before either of us could react, he stuck a hypodermic needle full of something pinkish into her neck and squeezed. She fell off me, and immediately began to shake and spasm on the floor. The pain sounds that came out of her mouth were sickening. The doctor said, "Relax, my dear. Thousands of people are embalmed every day." I realized what he meant. The needle. It was filled with embalming fluid and God knows what else. I can't imagine what it must do to a living person based on Terry's reaction. The foam in her mouth. The sound of her swallowing her tongue. It didn't look good. The bastard was cleaning up his mess, and I refused to be a part of it. Refused to be another body for his body farm. That's why, as he was distracted watching Terry writhe on the floor with his back to me, I finished cutting the rope around my wrist and did the same for the one around my ankles. With everything still left in me, I jumped on the unsuspecting prick and drove the small knife into his back. He cried out and collapsed under me, and we both fell to the rocky floor. I pulled the knife out of him and prepared to stab him again, but a bright flash blinded me, and a loud boom echoed so loudly in the thin space that I went deaf and felt my knees buckle and the knife fall out of my hand. It was a gunshot. A wild shot in the dark from a gun I hadn't seen in his hands. He had been about to finish off Terry when I jumped on him. Completely disoriented, I stumbled away from the doctor and into the dark. Soon, I was stepping into the freezing cold water, ocean water, and I fell into it and pulled myself through the dark toward the faint moonlight, and I didn't stop pulling until I emerged from the rocks and into the night. How long had I been out? There was no time to think about it. I pulled myself up the rocky, wavy shore and up and onto the island where I found myself standing above the mouth of the cave. It seemed Eric hadn't been lying about it after all. Eric. That poor bastard. Not about to wait for the doctor to follow me out, and knowing that there was another way out of the cave, considering both Terry and the doctor's clothes had been dry, I did the smartest thing I've done all day. I ran. I wish I could say I jumped into the water and swam until I reached the shore, but the ocean was just too choppy, and I've heard too many stories growing up around here of people drowning in the ocean at night. The undertows have claimed too many lives for me to make a move like that. I followed the shoreline at first to make sure I didn't get lost in the trees, but very soon I heard the doctor's voice calling out and his footsteps pounding the ground somewhere far behind me. Something bad was still in my blood, making my head groggy and my legs feel soft and distant. And where normally I could easily outrun him, I could hear him start to gain on me. With no choices left, I turned and ran into the woods. My coordination was all wrong, and more than once I tripped on roots and slammed into trees, but I kept running. Even as his voice got closer and his footsteps louder, I kept running. Soon, my nose filled up with the dead smell, and I came across a caged body between two trees. The man had been obese in life, and in death, he was a crawling mound of putrid fat lying on its side. At that moment, the doctor called out to me again, and his voice was so close now. And I knew he had that gun and those needles, and who knows what else. And so I did the only thing I could think of, which was also the worst thing that I could think of. I lifted the cage, and I crawled in. I was immediately hit with a powerful smell of the rotting man. There was no time to think. I let the cage back down and wedged myself in next to the cold corpse. I grabbed him by the arm and pulled him over me like an oozing, putrid blanket. As much as I could, I shut my nose and mouth tight, but there was only so much I could do. Its fluids leaked down onto me, and maggots tumbled down into my hair, onto my clothes, down the collar of my shirt. Footsteps. The doctor was walking past me. Past us. I held my breath for what felt like years as he continued on past into the woods, even as something with 1,000 tiny legs crawled over my neck and behind my ear. When I was sure the doctor was gone, I carefully, slowly pushed the huge corpse off me and got out of the cage. I shook the maggots off, took 3 steps, and promptly threw up until there was nothing left to throw up. I ran in a different direction than I'd heard the doctor go, and by some miracle, I found my way to the docks where I had prayed to find a boat of some kind. Something either of them had used to get to the island, but my prayers weren't answered. There was no time to cry about it, though, because I had one goal and one goal only: to get to that radio and call for help. Call for police. Call the army. Call anyone to come out here and get me. I wasn't screwing around anymore. I barricaded myself into the office by locking the door, then flipping over the desk and shoving it against the door. Then, I took the table from the break area, flipped it long side up, and pushed it against the window. When I went into the room where the radio was kept, something like hope died in me. The radio was destroyed. I came back out and went to the computer and started writing this because I don't know how else to tell people what happened out here. When the doctor gets here, I'll give him hell, and I intend to beat the med school brains out of him, but in case he gets the better of me, I need the world to know what went down on this island. And my God, the most terrifying thing. I just looked up to see the doctor staring at me through the door's window. I ran into the other room to find something to hit him with in case he gets in, but then there was this horrible sound. I can barely describe it. It was like wet shrieking. And then these red lights started coming out through the windows. The doctor was screaming. Brutal, terrified screams like something was attacking him. He fired his gun 2-3 times, and then it sounded like whatever it was got to him because he screamed. And then his voice cut out. It's beating on the door now. The red light. It won't stop. What is it? What is it? Listen. I'm writing this because I have no phone and no one to email. My father is dead, and my mother might as well be. I have no friends. I have no one to help me. Do not come out here. I'll update tomorrow. I'll be okay. I'll think of something. My God, just do not come out here. Before I sign off, I have something to confess. I don't know how to start this except to say that I'm sorry. I'm sorry because I have almost no memory of the things I wrote, or even of writing them at all. 3 days ago, I woke up in the hospital, looking like I'd just taken a brisk jog through one of the circles of hell. I had no idea how I'd gotten here or what happened to me, but from the looks of it, it seemed like I'd been attacked by an animal of some kind. There were cuts and bruises all over my body, and a pretty bad hematoma had colored my right eye red. I knew who I was and all that, but my last solid memory was of job searching after leaving my old job. After that, things get a little hazy. It's a bit like trying to remember what your third-grade teacher looked like. The nurses have been nice to me, and extremely patient with what I can only describe as my overall confusion with life. But whenever I ask them what happened, they never have any real answers. The only information I got out of them was that I'd been found wandering near the shore, bloody and disoriented. And when someone tried to approach me to ask if I needed help, I nearly clawed the poor guy's eyes out. From there, well, your guess is as good as mine. I'm pretty sure it involved some cops and a handcuffed ambulance ride. Apparently, they tested me for drugs and found a bouquet of narcotics in my system. A bouquet. Their words, not mine. 2 days ago, one of my neighbors was nice enough to pick up a few things from my apartment, one of which was my laptop. As far as my phone goes, who knows what happened to that thing? It's at the bottom of the ocean as far as I know. Having my laptop is nice, though. I use it to kill time while I wait to get out of the hospital, and also to send my mother an email telling her I was okay. She didn't respond, of course, but at least I did my part. My conscience is clean. You can imagine my surprise when I opened the page titled The Body Farm and found all these things I'd written just days ago about an island full of corpses. I've never experienced anything like this, but my head was instantly flooded with pictures. Small moments, fragments of faces, alive and dead. Snippets of conversations like little sound bites on the news. Each piece was cut too short to make any sense. It felt, honestly, like a dream. Something I'd made up to entertain myself. Except that some of the pictures felt too real. Too grounded to be a dream. I read every word of it. If I blinked more than twice in that time, I'd be impressed. It's a strange feeling having that kind of distance from something that happened to you. I felt like one of those people who yells at horror movies, except the actor on screen looked exactly like me. I wondered why on earth I would go back to that island, not just once, but twice, and how I could be so naive about the doctor. I formed opinions and took guesses as to what the truth was. I'm pretty sure all that missing body and handprint stuff was Terry running around the island being generally insane, and became frustrated with how it ended. That confession bit. I really wish I knew what I was about to say there. Just 10 seconds more and the truth would have come out. Well, maybe it's better I don't know. Now that I survived and all, but as they say, truth always comes out in the end. Yesterday was a bad day. The pain was stronger than normal, so the morning nurse gave me an extra dose of morphine along with all the other antibiotics and various meds they have me on. It helped to dull the pain, but with it, the rest of me was dull too. The whole day felt like I was being held under warm water, watching the bodies float past, never quite close enough to touch them. It took me a minute to understand what the nurse was saying when she said someone was there to see me, if it was okay with me, of course. All I could say was, "Can't everyone see me?" I mean, had I died and become a ghost? Did they need to ask my permission for me to appear? I said yes, of course, they could see me. And a minute later, I was looking at a hand holding a badge. Someone was telling me his name was Detective Andrews, and he wanted to ask some questions. I took a minute to sit up and drink some water, shake off the fog. I apologized to the young detective and told him he looked familiar. He was surprised, said he'd actually tried to speak with me a few days earlier, but I'd been too out of it to hold a conversation. "You were beat up pretty bad," he said. "Can you remember anything from the attack?" So it was true. I was attacked. Well, that's what it appears. That's why I'm here. Do you have any reason to think otherwise? I told him I was pretty sure I was attacked, but I was having a hard time sorting out exactly what it was that had attacked me. He could tell I was holding out on him. "I don't want to force you to relive a traumatic event," he said. "But if you know something you're not telling me, I have to insist for the sake of the investigation." After a few moments, I got my laptop from the side table, opened the bookmark, and spun it to face him. "You have to read the whole thing," I told him. He looked confused, but he agreed. A little while later, he closed the laptop and handed it back to me. "You can't actually believe this." I'm not sure what I believed, I told him. But a few facts remained. One, I had been attacked by someone or something incredibly violent. And two, some of my memories coincided with the events in the story. He was skeptical, but he said he would look into it on the off chance that parts of the story were based on real events I had distorted. The brain has a funny way of taking creative licenses, he said. Before he left, I gave him all the details I could drum up and told him his best bet was tracking down some of those interns who had worked on the island. He told me that I was better off not sharing the story with anyone else, including strangers on the internet, for the sake of the investigation. I assured him I had no interest in having people look at me like I was sick in the head, especially when I told them a murderous doctor and a girl with a ghost brother were trying to kill me. I told him that included strangers on the internet. Obviously, I was lying about that part. This morning, the phone by the side of my bed rang. It was Detective Andrews saying he'd found Dr. Christensen's name attached to the island, but that the university had cut ties with the doctor a number of months ago. He went on to say that the records of the interns who had worked on the body farm were sloppy at best. As of yet, he had had no luck tracking any of them down. But it got better. He also informed me that the police had found no evidence of foul play on the island, other than signs it had served as a body farm very recently, a fact on common record, and that any clue to the doctor's whereabouts led invariably to a dead end. A dead end. His words. Here's the final kicker, though. He asked me if I would go with him to the island. He wants me to show him around the place, take him through the story, maybe even point out where they should be digging for clues. After saying no about 9 or 10 different ways, and him saying it was the best chance at finding who had hurt me, I agreed, but on 2 conditions. 1, we would arrive on the island during the day and leave before it got dark. And 2, we would have a full police escort the entire time we were there. The actual words I used were, a buttload of cops, but the meaning was all the same. The detective accepted my conditions. We leave in 3 days, the day I get out of this hospital. I don't know who I can believe anymore, if anyone at all. My days have become a surreal series of events, and I find myself questioning everything that happens within them. Even my own thoughts. After I checked myself out of the hospital, I caught a cab to my place, good old apartment 403, and proceeded to take the longest shower of my life. It was probably the greatest feeling I've ever known, with a close second going to the nap I took directly after. I passed out for a long time, that kind of deep, heavy sleep that feels like it will last the rest of your life. The only reason I woke up was because someone rang my doorbell. It turned out to be Detective Andrews. He saw by my face that I'd been sleeping and apologized for not being able to call before he came over. I still have to remember to buy a new phone when I get a chance. We took the short drive to the shore in the detective's car without saying much. I double-checked that we wouldn't be going to the island alone, and he assured me several other detectives would be meeting us on the pier. First, he said he wanted to bring me to the boat launch, in case it jogged my memory. I also suspected it was to see how the boat owner reacted to my presence, but we were both in for a surprise when we stepped inside the small launch office. The guy behind the counter was young. Not at all what I'd described in my writings. He turned out to be the launch's new owner. He explained to us that the old owner, Willis, had sold it to him for dirt cheap, which is how it changed hands so quickly. He had no information about Willis's whereabouts, but he did know that the old man had sold the business after the boat captain, who was apparently his brother, had urged him to. He said they seemed pretty nervous about something. Maybe it was something they saw, I told Andrews. He nodded, but he didn't say anything. Before we left, I asked if Willis had left anything behind. A cell phone, maybe? But the young guy said he hadn't found anything. We got back in the detective's car and drove a few minutes to a different pier, where 2 more detectives met us by a boat on one of the docks. One was blonde and named Detective Cooper. The other had red hair and a mustache and was called Detective Bennett. They didn't seem familiar to me at all, which offered me a weird kind of relief. I asked to see their badges, which they showed me, and they seemed amused when I studied them closely. My New Year's resolution is to be less trusting, I offered. Neither of them laughed. But I asked where the rest of the cops were, and they explained that they were already out on the island. We all got in the boat and headed over. Cooper was at the wheel. The weather was nice. One of those first days of spring that make the winter feel like a bad dream. But at the back of my mind, nagging me, was a voice of dread. It couldn't believe I was going back to that damn island. As much as I bitch and complain about it, whenever I'm given the chance to return to Twain Island, for whatever reason, I always take it. Maybe there's something about it that calls to me. I don't know. Meanwhile, the detectives were having quiet conversations about me, just under the sound of the motor and the slapping of the boat against the ocean. And when I leaned in closer, they stopped talking. As we came close to the island, I felt a ball form in my stomach and a sharp pain in my temples. I noticed there weren't any boats tied to the dock. Just calm down, Andrews told me. They'll be here. You promised me a buttload of cops, I said. The police have cases other than yours. Now just relax. The 3 of us are more than capable of keeping you safe. I argued about it a bit more, but in the end, there was nothing to talk about. We were already at the island, and it was too late to turn around. I told them I decided to stay on the boat until they got back. Detective Cooper took the keys with him as he got out of the boat. Bennett pointed out that I'd be alone if I stayed behind. I did not like his tone. Like some adult threatening a kid with the boogeyman. Andrews was the most understanding. He said he understood my hesitation, and normally they wouldn't expect a victim to return to the scene of an incident. But as it stood, I was both the only witness and the only evidence they had. Without my help, whatever had happened on that island would stay a mystery for good. And that meant whoever had attacked me would go free while I lived in fear. He had a good point. The first stop we made was the guard's office. As we came up the small hill and I saw the state of the building, I felt immediate validation. The door had clearly been smashed in, half of it dangling on its frame and the other half spread in shards across the floor. The detectives stepped inside first. After a second of hesitation, I followed. There was a very strong smell in the air that I couldn't exactly place. The scene was how I described it. The desk and table on their sides where they'd been used to barricade the door. But the computer I'd used to type all those entries was missing, along with the broken 2-way radio in the other room. When I asked the detectives if they'd been removed as evidence, they said neither of those items had been found. Then I guess someone must have done a little cleanup before the cops arrived, I said. That was when I realized what the smell was. Bleach. Someone did a thorough job of scrubbing this island, Detective Bennett said. He said whoever it was had missed a few drops of blood, and he pointed to the spot where they'd been found, high up on the far wall. It had to have been a brutal attack for any amount of blood to make it up that far. I asked if the blood had been tested to see who it belonged to, and he said they were still waiting for the lab results. I've got a funny feeling it's mine, I said. At least some of it, he replied. I noticed him exchange an uncomfortable glance with the other men, like he'd said too much already. Suddenly it hit me. Was I a suspect? From their perspective, I was the guy who'd been found bloody and high, with stories of strange lights and disappearing corpses. A single white male, recently unemployed. My God, did I fit the bill? But did they really think I'd go back there if I was responsible for what happened? Then again, the criminal supposedly always returns to the scene of the crime. If the guard's office was cleaned out, the main research facility made it look like Exhibit A in comparison. Every box, every machine, every instrument had completely disappeared from the building. Neatly packed up and taken away in the time since I'd been there. My memories from the island were still spotty at best, but I had distinct images in my mind of what those places had looked and felt like. And what I was seeing did not match up. Where before it had been an active place of research, what we stood in now was a shell. A hollow building on a silent island. Somehow it'd become even eerier without the boxes full of dead bones and skulls. Lonelier. Maybe. From there, we began to walk around the island. The detectives let me take the lead, not walking in front, mind you, just pointing the direction we should go, and I did my best to guess and feel my way from body site to body site. At each one, we found only the telltale patches of flattened dead grass which marked where a body had been laid out. A few of them reminded me of snow angels. Not even the wire cages which had held most of the bodies were left behind, and I was more and more amazed about the complete thoroughness of the cleanup job. As I stood there holding my nauseous stomach, I saw someone move between the trees. Plain as day. It was a human figure. In the forest. In the distance. I shouted out to the detectives, but from their angle they couldn't see him. I was fed up with the whole situation. I don't care how crazy it sounds, but I ran full speed into the forest, chasing the man I'd seen in the distance. The detectives followed after me as I weaved between the trees, yelling for the stranger to stop. Only once I caught another glimpse of him, but then he was gone. Disappeared, just past a grouping of trees. No matter how fast I ran, I could not catch him again. And eventually the detectives shouted for me to stop. They looked for footprints in the dirt, but found only mine. Not one of them had seen him, and I couldn't tell if they believed me or they were just humoring me. The description I gave them of the man was vague, and I decided to keep it that way. In the boat again, heading back to shore, I caught a glimpse of a birthmark on Detective Andrews' neck, just behind his ear. It sounds strange, but the sight of it sent the biggest sense of déjà vu up my spine. And I knew in that moment that I hadn't recognized him from the hospital. That I had to have met him sometime before that. So, what happened to the other officers? I asked. The ones who were supposed to meet us out here? Cooper shouted over the noise of the motor. We had to get you out to the island somehow. After we got to shore, Cooper and Bennett went their own way, and Andrews dropped me off back at my apartment. Before he could pull away, I leaned back in and asked which precinct he and the other detectives worked for. 31st, he said. I was quiet a second. You're full of shit, aren't you? Without responding, he put the car into drive and pulled away. I should have written down his plate number, but I didn't think of it until it was too late. When I got inside, I looked up the 31st precinct and called them up using my neighbor's phone. Not surprisingly, no one by those names works for the police. And the more I think about it, the more I recognize the stranger I saw out on the island. I'd gotten a better look at him than I'd let on, but I wasn't about to tell the detectives that unless I wanted to spend some time in a mental ward. The man I'd seen in the forest. It was me. I don't know why I bothered getting a new phone. I've been finding it so hard to concentrate lately I can barely hold down a conversation. My thoughts often start in one place and end up somewhere completely different, to the point where I can't really even remember what I've been thinking of in the first place. The other day, I managed to land a phone interview for a pretty decent job, but halfway through the call, I lost track of my words so badly I actually forgot what the question was. I tried my best to recover, but it was too late. The woman thanked me for my time and got off the phone as quickly as she could. Not surprisingly, she didn't call back. I hate these phone interviews anyway. People half my intelligence judging me from 1,000 miles away. They're lucky we're not in the same room, so I can't slap the clipboard out of their hands. Wait, what was I saying? The phone. I got a new phone with my first unemployment check. I told the kid at the store they should replace it for free, but he said I hadn't gone for the extra insurance, so I had to pay for a new one. This kid couldn't have been a day over 20, and he gets to bully me into spending a chunk of my unemployment on something I already bought. He wanted me to upgrade my contract, too, until I got loud with him. He dropped the sales pitch pretty quick after that. Damn it, I'm doing it again. The point is, someone keeps calling me and hanging up. At first, I thought it was a problem with the new phone, but then I called the number back and heard breathing on the other end. It wasn't lewd or anything. I don't know, it was more panicked, fearful. After listening to it a few seconds, I got pissed off and said, "Hello? Who is this?" There was a loud sound, like whoever it was slammed their phone down, and then the line cut out. I haven't called back since, but I'm still waiting. And it's not just the phone calls. Last night I was woken up by a knock on the door in the middle of the night. When I answered it, there was no one there. No one at my door, and no one in the hallway. I got to the door pretty quick, too. Quicker than it takes for the elevator to come up from the lobby. There's a stairwell they could have taken, I guess, but the damn door squeaks so loudly, I definitely would have heard someone open it. So, either one of my neighbors knocked on my door at 2 in the morning, or the invisible man. I've called the police more than once, but they're no help. They came out to my apartment and took my statement about Andrews and the other fake detectives, but they didn't seem too convinced by my story. Whenever I ask about the attack that put me in the hospital, they say the case is pending further evidence, which is a nice way of saying that it's closed. I won't give up, though. I called and I called until finally one officer said, "Look, my guess is you got loaded on tranquilizers and hurt yourself." They are the people who are supposed to be protecting me. He said I'm lucky no one pressed charges for the assault or property damage. I'm lucky. His words. My neighbor, Pete, the guy who visited me in the hospital, said a detective came around asking about me. I tried to explain that the person he talked to probably wasn't a real detective, but now the guy wants nothing to do with me. I even caught the woman across the hall staring, so I can only assume either word got around, or the detective paid more than one visit in the building. As far as lawyers go, you can forget it. The only guys interested in my case are the kind of bottom scrapers and ambulance chasers I would never hire in the first place. I couldn't sleep last night. I got dressed and left the building to go for a walk. My thoughts were racing so badly, like two people arguing over each other, but the wind did feel good on my skin. And before I knew it, I was taking a booth at the Lighthouse Diner a couple of miles from my apartment. They know me well enough there to get a few head nods from the employees, but not so much that they know my name or what I do. Sometimes that's for the best, that they don't know my business and I don't know theirs. The waitress came over to take my order.
"No friends tonight?"
she said. "Just me." I ordered a coffee and an omelet. I don't like eggs much, but I've been craving them lately. I've been craving a lot of weird things lately. The waitress put my order in and dropped off the coffee, leaving me to prepare it alone in the empty diner. As I poured the sugar in, I casually glanced over at my reflection in the mirrored wall across the aisle. I was not alone in the booth. The man seated across from me was immediately recognizable as Andrews, or whatever his actual name is, dressed in clothes that weren't trying to make him look like a detective. I understood right away that I wasn't seeing a ghost or anything like that. It was a memory. A slice of something forgotten coming through. The cuts and bruises on my face were gone, or, well, rather not there yet. Even my clothes weren't the same, and I was struck with the fear that if I moved my head even slightly, the spell would be broken and the memory would be lost forever. I could see from my peripherals that no one was actually seated at the booth with me. The effect it had on my vision was completely disorienting. By the movement of his lips, the memory of Andrews was talking to the memory of me, though I couldn't really hear a word of it. The birthmark on his neck could be seen from my angle, as well as a yellow folder on the table between us. For a moment, the sound of the memory fluttered through my ears. Just 5 words of Andrew's voice. "You have to go back." Overcome with curiosity and worried the memory would fade before I got any answers, I slowly, very slowly, turned my head to look down at the table, hoping that the folder would still be there. But there was only my coffee. A second later, my food arrived, further breaking the spell. I ate my eggs in silence, and when I was done, I asked for the bill. Before she left the table, I reached out and stopped the waitress. "Quick question," I said. "What did you mean earlier? You said no friends tonight?"
"Oh, hey, I wasn't trying to be mean."
She pouted in a friendly way. "It's fine. Did you say that because the last time I came here I was with someone, maybe?"
"Oh, the last few times, I think."
"Did you happen to catch his name, or see it on his credit card? Anything like that?" She shook her head.
"Well, he paid cash if I remember. Why, did something happen?"
I waved the question off. "Nothing you would believe." She nodded, looking a bit weirded out. I paid the bill and headed home. This time, I really felt the distance. The night reminded me of the island, the way the wind whistled in the treetops, making me feel hollow. By the time I got home, I was cold, drowsy, tired of walking, but even still, when I laid down in bed to give sleep another shot, I could feel it wasn't going to happen anytime soon. After the first hour of lying awake in bed, I began to hear sounds. Whispers in the dark, but wet, like they were shaped from the sounds of maggots shifting. I jumped up, turned on the lights, and checked every corner of the apartment. There was nothing there. When I I finally did fall asleep, I dreamt of being a kid again. I was back home with a living father and a mother who spoke to me. They were good dreams, of holidays and playing and dinner time. But whenever I would turn my head, the house, the sky, everything was lit in a deep, red light. This can't be real. I know this can't be real. 2 days ago, I decided to leave town, this time for good. Too many people who couldn't be trusted knew where I lived. The way I figured it, you only get one life, so you'd better make it last as long as possible. If I had to wander the country, be homeless, or join the circus, or something, at least I'd be alive. There was nothing left for me back in town anyway. No friends, no family, no job. I might as well start over somewhere new, somewhere where nobody knows me. Just pray that my problems don't follow me there. I drove for as long as I could. There was no destination in mind, just west. Like the old pioneers. Except instead of fighting dysentery, I only had to stop every few hundred miles for gas. I drove until I could barely keep my eyes open, and the first time I nodded off, I picked out the cheapest motel I could find and checked in. A sickly girl with small teeth gave me a key and told me where to find the ice, though she didn't seem too convinced of it herself. My head barely touched the pillow before I was asleep. Except here's the thing. I fell asleep in a motel bed. That much I know. But I woke up on the island. Sunlight danced in the leaves. It was a bright day, too bright for my eyes, as if they were adjusting to the light after walking out of a darkened theater, but it just wouldn't go away, no matter how long I waited. The sun was angry on my skin, and I felt about the light a way I've never felt before. It bothered me. Hurt me. Right away, I suspected I was dreaming, but it all felt just too real. The feel of the grass underfoot, the salty air that stung at my nostrils. Over to my left was the dock, but with no boat, as usual. And behind me, the main research building and the guard's office. As I studied them, dumbfounded, I noticed they were in perfect condition. The guard's office especially was intact. No busted down door or damage of any kind. And there were voices coming from inside. Slowly, I walked between the buildings to the side of the guard's office, giving distance to the windows, careful not to be seen, and pressed my ear to the wall. The voices were muted but familiar sounding, and I struggled to make out the words. A laugh, one I would know anywhere. It was Eric, the day guard. Eric laughing. Eric alive. Hearing him like that set something off in me, and I took my ear from the wall and headed toward the door. I'd like to say it was relief at hearing him alive or some heroic need to warn him about his coming death, but to be honest, more than anything, I just felt angry. A rage boiled up in my center as I took step after step through the grass. But before I could reach the door, it opened and someone stepped out into the daylight, closing the door behind them. Terry. I'd gone over this scenario in my head 1,000 times. What I would do if I could get my hands on her. This psycho, this Black Widow. How I would enjoy making her pay for what she'd done to me and so many other unsuspecting men. I never thought I'd actually get that chance, considering she died back in that cave, but well, these days, all things considered, that doesn't really seem to change anything. As I bore down on her, I said her name. Terry. Alive. Terry. Smiling, she looked up at me and I saw her eyes wash over with emotion. Fear and pain and something else. Something wrong. And she glanced back at the office to check that the door was closed before she spoke. What are you doing here? Oh, looking for you? I replied, my throat hoarse. She looked again at the door. As I advanced on her, she didn't back down, didn't try to fight. She only stepped forward and said something I couldn't make out. In my mind, all I wanted to do was to grab her, to hit her, to choke her, to shake the life from her. But the moment I reached out, hands going for her, my eyes went dark. Night. I stood on the dock listening to the ocean. It was an eternal sound that pulled at my gut, urging me to step off the wood and into the water. The coastline with its lights and sounds seemed the most foreign, most unnatural thing to me at that moment. There were closer lights, too. The guard's office was lit up like a torch in the night for the moths to bump and spiral against. Not just the outer security lights, but the ones inside the windows as well. But there was something more important I had noticed. Not a light, but a sound. Out in the trees past the buildings, the sound of a man walking through the woods. Quietly, trying not to give myself away, I left the docks behind and walked up the hill past the office. Past the bright window where inside the computer clicked and hummed. I tracked the sound in the trees through the first clearing. My God. The rotting bodies were back, even the disappearing and reappearing woman. And halfway across the island, always keeping my distance in case my footsteps were too heavy. I felt clumsy in the dark, uncoordinated, and I didn't want to be heard by whoever it was I was trailing. Based on the direction they were going, I had a pretty good idea who it was. A few hundred yards from where the pretend detectives and I had searched for the elusive second cave entrance, I doubled my pace without care for the noise. I'd be damned if I lost the bastard now. Yet, damned I apparently was. Because as I came to where the entrance should have been, I found myself very much alone in the clearing, staring out at ivy and leaves soaked in the dew. I didn't see much choice except to wait. So I dug myself in behind an elm and watched carefully for anything unusual, any sight or sound to go on. It took less than 5 minutes. With no warning, a patch of thick ivy swung up from the ground less than 20 feet from where I crouched. The ivy was mounted to a buried door, the wood made up to look like dirt, the whole thing so dirty and ivy-tangled we'd missed it on every pass. Dr. Christensen rose up from the ground. He calmly climbed an unseen ladder, then stepped up from the depths and onto the ground. He shut the door behind him and tossed something into the tall grass, stomping back into the woods. I waited until he was gone, then scrambled forward and checked what he'd thrown. A mostly empty bottle of whiskey, the remains dribbling into the dirt. I left it and pushed my hands into the wet ivy, searched around until my fingers found a handle. The hidden door lifted so easily, and once it was propped open on its rusted hinge, I clambered down the hole beneath, feet slipping on the cold metal rungs of the ladder that led down into the ground. The sea echoed against the rock, and there was just enough light for me to stumble my way through the cave. It wasn't the moon, or a candle, or a flashlight that guided me, but the blinking, cycling lights of machines working in the dark that drew me in. One or two had small monitors, but most of them were of an older style, with dials and diodes and paper-fed readouts, and a crowd of other things I've never seen outside of a black and white movie. One of the screens showed a topographic lineup of land which could only be Twain Island, with small bulbs inserted into key points. One of them was lit up and buzzing, and if I had to guess, I would put its location somewhere close to where Greg's body was. Greg. That guy with the arms. As I got closer to the busy machines, one of them, the largest, clicked on as if responding to company, and a large, thick-glassed bulb at its top, one that reminded me of the lamp and lens at the top of a lighthouse, hummed to life. The filament inside glowed hot, then hotter, and somewhere, paper feed began spitting out lengths. The glass was red, and so was the light. The sight of it sucked me in even stronger than the ocean had not long before. I reached out for it, reached for the expanding glow, walked toward the welcoming, luminescent red, and in the throbbing crimson light, I could see there was something wrong with my hand near the thumb. Something that didn't belong there. And as all became the dark warmth of red sun, I made out the faint patterns of black thread stitched into my skin. I woke up in the morning, in my car, pulled over at a harsh angle on the side of the road. Whether I'd stayed in a motel or not, I couldn't say, but there was enough cash missing from my wallet that I think that I did. These days, it's so hard to keep track of everything. Every little thing. It's bad enough keeping track of where I am, let alone where I've been. Back on the island, when I reached for Terry, she'd said something I couldn't hear. I spent a lot of time since thinking about her lips, the way they moved, the words that they'd formed. The 3 words she'd said. I think I may know what they are now. You're not finished. The last days before I left town, I started having blackouts. Long periods of time I lost track of. My car wouldn't be where I parked it. Food would be gone from my refrigerator. Before I left, I made one last stop. I drove to the employment agency who put me on the damned island in the first place. I wanted to question the little prick who ran it. I needed to know if he had been in on it, if he'd knowingly sent me, and God knows how many others into the snake pit. Or if he'd been as naive as I was. But when I got there, all I found was the charred remains of a building. What was left of it was marked off with police tape. Someone had burnt it to the ground. Quiet days at the bank are nice sometimes, but they do have a tendency to drag unless I keep busy. That's really why I started writing stories in the first place. They're my little distractions from the silence and the other things I'd rather not think about. So, I was at my desk, taking advantage of the quiet by catching up on some paperwork when, very suddenly, I had this powerful feeling. This realization that what was happening, all of this, was wrong. It began to sink in that I shouldn't be there, that I hadn't worked there in weeks, and more disturbingly couldn't remember how I'd gotten there. Was it all a dream? And if so, had I finally woken up? Hey! I tried to flag down a passing customer, but she didn't answer. She kept walking as if she hadn't heard me, and in fact, no one was paying attention to me or doing anything but staring ahead or down at their work. I wanted to get a look at the date to get some kind of explanation for all this, but I couldn't get my computer monitor to turn on. I banged on the keyboard and clicked the mouse, but nothing happened. Unresponsive. I gave the tower under my desk a hard kick, and then the screen clicked on and began to buzz to life. Instead of the desktop, though, The screen was pure white. And then it changed, becoming pink at first and then darkening to a deep red. And it was bright, almost blinding. And I tried to click the mouse again, only to find that there was no mouse and no keyboard under my hands. There wasn't even a tower, the one I had just kicked. I wheeled back from my desk with my hands in front of my eyes to shield them from the sting of the red light. It became so strong that it filled the entire bank, ceiling, walls, and floor, from the desk cubicles to the teller window to the lobby at the far end, yet no one reacted in the slightest. They continued their work and went about their day, bathed in the light, oblivious to the blood color wrapping their eyes. Up out of my chair, I went to Carol, one of my co-workers, and called her name. She didn't look up. I did the same to Vince, and when he didn't respond to the name, I repeated it louder. It was like talking into the wind. The sound of his name was sucked up into this vacuum. I went from desk to desk, banged on the security glass of the teller window, and shouted as loud as I could from the center of the bank. Nothing was heard, nothing was seen. Time had drained from the room, and I knew then I needed to escape before I drained down with it. The door. I ran through the lobby and out the door, needing to be free of that place. When I burst out of the building, I expected to find the same gray parking lot I'd come out to hundreds of times before. The flat stretch of cracked concrete broken by tall lights every 20 spaces. But instead, I came out to a blur of brown and green and blue. When I stopped myself, there was the sound of seagulls and crashing waves. I was on the island again. I turned around to look back at the bank, but it was already gone. The entire 6-story building vanished like it had never been there. My chest seized up with a choking helplessness as I realized there was no way off this island. That no matter how fast I ran or how far I drove, the moment I turned my head, it could all come crashing back. A chunk of rock surrounded by sea was always there, ready to squeeze me between cold fingers. It was time to focus. Time to go home. Where was I on the island? Somewhere near the cave, as far as I could tell, but it was hard to be sure without landmarks. It was daytime, but the woods all looked the same. I took my best guess at the direction of the dock and started off. Amazed at how many times now I had taken this walk I'd sworn that I'd never take. Not 2 minutes later, I heard a shout from far behind me. It was a man's voice telling me to stop. Without a second thought, or even a first, I ran. I ran like hell, and I didn't stop running, no matter how much the unseen man ordered me to, until I spotted a thick grouping of trees up ahead and made a line for it, aiming for the small space between 2 large elms. I ran so fast I didn't feel my feet touch the dirt. The trees came up quickly, and I ran between the 2 elms, hoping to lose what now sounded like 3 or even 4 men chasing me through the woods. I came out the other side in a long hallway, echoing with some high-pitched sound. Going from outdoors to indoors with no transition at all was jarring, though I knew right away where I was. It was the main research building. The laboratories on the left and on the right were the cleaning and packing rooms I knew too well. There was no need to turn around. I knew that the woods would be gone. My ears adjusted to the echoes. The high-pitched sound was a woman crying. It was coming from the packing room at the end of the hall, and as much as I didn't want to go any closer, I was compelled to seek it out. Maybe the voice sounded familiar. It wasn't Terry's. It was someone older. They sounded like they were in pain. So I went forward. I went toward the familiar and the painful. When I turned the corner, I'd expected to find the woman, but All I found was the packing room. Empty. Except for the boxes, stacks of bones and skulls. Yet the crying continued. The woman in pain, her voice, it formed wordless cries for help, painful and destroyed, reaching out for compassion. As I walked into the room, it grew louder, closer, and it became obvious that the cries were coming from one of the boxes sitting on the work desk. It was sealed with tape. I could swear I could see it shaking. And I knew whose voice it was. The woman. I backed away and I left her there, shutting the door behind me to muffle the cries. On my way back up the hallway and toward the exit, I peeked into the laboratory on my right and caught sight of a familiar scene. Familiar, yet different. 3 men in lab coats unwrapped a new corpse laid out on the metal slab, pulling a man's head free and peeling black plastic away from crusted skin. I stopped heading for the exit and approached the door, placed my palms on its window, and watched the men work. It was like seeing some moment from a future time, echoing a moment from the past. I could only see the back of the laboratory men, but one of them had a birthmark on his neck, just behind his ear. When I looked again at the corpse they were unwrapping, I found its eyes were open and staring at me. It was Bernard. He was dead, drained of blood, and yet I could still feel his hatred for me. His accusing eyes stayed unblinking on me as I turned away and left. Standing in the guard's office, all of it pristine and unbroken except for the 2-way radio, which wouldn't pick up a signal, I found I didn't know where to go anymore. Where to run? I was at a crossroads. And then I remembered. My phone was in my pocket. There'd been no boat launch to turn it in. I'd come straight from the bank where my phone was always on me. I fumbled it out of my pocket and tried calling the cops first. It rang and rang without answer. I hung up. I tried calling the first number in my contacts. No answer. I dialed 7 random numbers and I waited 10 rings before giving up. Just as I was about to put my phone away, it rang in my hand. I answered it and brought it to my ear. My breathing was heavy, panicked, and as much as I tried to speak, my throat was too tight to let the words out. After a few seconds, an annoyed voice on the other end said, "Hello? Who is this?" Cold fear spread through me. The phone fell from my stiff hand and hit the floor, breaking into a million shards of glass and plastic that danced across the floor. The connection was lost. Acid burned in my throat and my stomach felt ready to spill. I looked toward the bathroom, but had to look again, and I saw the door had changed. The location was the same, but the type was entirely different. No longer a bathroom door, but the door to an apartment. It even had a number plate screwed to it at eye level. Apartment 403. My apartment. With my hand shaking, I tried the handle, but found it was locked. I checked my pocket for keys and came up empty. So I knocked. I knocked on my own door, not knowing what to expect. If it would swing open and I would find myself face to face with myself, or maybe someone else completely, living in my apartment, taking over my things. At this point, nothing would surprise me. I waited a second. My hand hovered as I considered knocking again. I decided not to. As I looked around at the office, trying to figure out where to go from there, if I should maybe risk jumping in the rough ocean and making a swim for shore, I heard the unmistakable sound of the door shutting behind me. I swung around to see what had opened it, but it was only a closed door. Not my door. Not apartment 403. It was only a bathroom door. I opened it, unlocked now, and looked inside to find the bathroom and nothing else. I don't know where I am anymore. I'm not even sure I'm really writing this. I feel so lost, exposed, like a hermit crab pulled from its shell. Some part of me is fading fast, and I'm afraid the next time I close my eyes, the next time I blink, it will be for good. I'm so sorry, Mom. I'm sorry about Dad. You told me that I would answer for my sins. You were right. They didn't bury their treasure here. They buried their dead. I was woken by a gunshot. The rough sounds of scuffles in the dark reverberated in my skull. It took a long time, too long, to draw enough energy to open my eyes, and twice as long to sit up. But finally, my feet dangled from the slab. The contraption around my chest glowed faint red at its center, and grew brighter each time I moved. My body was difficult to control. The skin felt twisted over bones, like I had slept in a suit one size too small. The first time I stood up, I fell down, hit the stone floor hard. But I stood up, steadied myself on an instrument table, and eventually took my first step, followed by another, and then another. The stone was cold, damp under my naked feet. The cave was lit up by lanterns and the excited readouts of machines. All those computers cooling down from their purposes. However long I thought it had taken to open my eyes, my perception of time had been wrong. It seemed that I was completely alone inside the cave. The fight had moved elsewhere. Halfway across the cave, I found my sister. She lay in a ditch of wet rock like a lost doll. I fell on her, wiped the foam from her mouth to check her breathing. It was faint. The same for the pulse in her neck. There was a needle mark. Droplet of blood had beat it up. Before I could try to resuscitate her, her eyes fluttered open. She smiled at me. "Who did this to you?" My voice. It felt so strange coming out of my throat. "Your eyes." She was raspy, strained. It was as difficult for her to talk as it was for me to watch her try. "Who was it?"
Doc.
The word cut out as she winced in pain. Whatever he had used on her was tearing her insides apart. I told her I could get her help, but she shook her head.
Too far. Won't make it. Just promise.
Of course I will. She smiled again.
So nice to see your eyes.
Suddenly, her smile twisted and she began spasming underneath me. Her body bounced violently up and down, arms and legs slapping hard rock, and I tried my best to hold her still, keep her from hurting herself. My body weight pressed down on her. But soon the spasms stopped. Her eyes lost focus. She exhaled one final, small breath. Right there in my hands, my sister died. I allowed myself a moment before my thoughts turned to the good doctor. The man who had promised to give me my life back and ended up taking it all from me. As I pictured his face, I became aware of the cave around me growing brighter. The body of another guard now visible, the ocean water where it entered the cave, all of it cast in blood red. The machine on my chest, it fed on my anger. The hotter I burned, the hotter it did, until the cave was like the head of a struck match. As fast as my remembering limbs would take me, I climbed the ladder and exited the cave, emerging into the dark woods which had been my home for far too long. Before I left, I shut the door behind me and made sure it was properly concealed by the plants and ivy and other things that grew there. Like a searing flame, I crossed the island. The old trees lit up in my presence. I ignored everything except my destination. Even as I came alive with fresh senses, I thought of only one thing. One man. And like the coward he was, I knew I would find him near the dock, trying to escape the consequences he deserved. Not 20 yards from the buildings near the dock, I heard his wretched voice.
I did not say 20 minutes, I said 30.
Through the trees, I could see him, standing in the clearing, arguing with the man on the phone.
You can justify it however you want, but if your brother isn't pulling up to this dock in 30 minutes, it will be your head. Do you understand me?
He had been stabbed, the back of his coat slick with blood. I hoped it was my sister who'd done the deed, but I had the faint memory of it in the back of my mind, as if I had done it myself. I waited for him to hang up the phone before I stepped out from the trees. The sound of my foot breaking a twig caught his attention, and his hand tensed around his gun. He relaxed when he saw it was me, as if I didn't pose a threat.
Get back to the lab,
he ordered, like I was his dog. I saw what you did to her. The doctor's face tensed up as he reevaluated my presence.
It was unavoidable,
he concluded.
Now, will you help me with him so we can finish this?
He looked over to the small guard building, through the door which seemed to be blocked from the inside.
There. He sees me,
the doctor said.
Now's the time.
If I help you with him, you help me with her? He looked back at me. You're mad.
Yes. Yes, I am.
I walked slowly toward the doctor, and for the first time since I met him, fear crossed his eyes.
I told you that it was unavoidable. Even if I wanted to, there isn't enough time to bring her back.
As he babbled and fumbled over his words, I took hold of the metal contraption wrapped around my chest and began to pull it from my skin. I ignored the pain of the needles and wires ripping free.
Now just hold on. If the body doesn't give up on the old spirit so easily, you're still only half in this world.
I tore the remainder of the machine off my body and advanced on him, wielding it above my head as a weapon. He stepped back and tripped over a large root, falling on his back.
Help me,
I said. "Of course," he replied. He raised his gun and fired. The bullet screamed past my ear. The rage exploded in my chest as I began to bludgeon him with his own device. "There's still work to be done!" He screamed, firing again, but I could barely hear him. My ears had gone deaf. Not wanting to break the contraption, I threw it aside and choked him with my hands, and even as the bulb dimmed, all was red in the night. With my lungs burning, I left him there and began working on the office door, beating against it with my hands and body. A shout came from inside the small building. I beat on it harder until the wood cracked, and after a minute, I pushed it the rest of the way open. A stitched-together man stood frantically typing at the computer. He wore guard's clothes and the parts of a dozen different corpses. A suit which had recently belonged to me. The patchwork man looked at me, right at my face, and a look of familiarity filled his eyes, followed by horror. "What?" he exclaimed. He looked down at his hands, turned them over to see the black thread holding them together. "No. You can't." Using his disorientation against him, I attacked the patchwork man. We fought brutally, each of us laying claim over the same earthly body, and at times I saw the struggle from his eyes. And at times I could feel him seeing it through mine. But his weak, assembled body was no match for mine. He managed to bruise and cut my new face, but in the end, I was the one left standing. As his mismatched eyes grayed over, I read the screen to see what he'd been so passionately typing. "Listen, I'm writing this because I have no phone and no one to email. My father is dead and my mother might as well be. I have no friends and no one to help me. Don't come out here. I'll update tomorrow. I'll be okay. I'll think of something. God, just don't come out here. Before I sign off, I have something to confess. I wasn't just hired to be a guard. That was how it started, but then it became something more. These men approached me and said the doctor was conducting secret studies on the island. They said he'd discovered the soul. The man with the birthmark, he told me the doctor made a breakthrough in something called spirit retrieval. That they wanted me to spy on him, to get it for themselves, or they'd tell people what I did. That I was responsible for my father's death. I didn't believe it at first, but now I think the island is some kind of focal point. Stealing the body parts was just phase 1. Once they get the spirit into the body, it can be transferred into someone whole. Someone alive. That red glow out there. Whatever killed the doctor. I think it's the brother. And I think I know what he wants. If I make it off this island, that is, if my body makes it to shore, it might not be just me inside of it. Whatever you do, don't trust me. With one bloody finger, I held down the backspace key until I was satisfied. And then I hit send. I stripped the patchwork man of his uniform and put it on myself, and dragged his body into the woods to join the others. Let the sniveling men deal with it. The men who sniffed and pried and stole for themselves. Like so many of the maggots I'd come to know. As I stood at the end of the dock to wait for the boat, the sting of the wind on my damaged body, I could feel the guard inside fighting me. The patchwork man struggling to take his life back. He didn't understand the futility of his fight for the simple reason that I wanted it more. His life, his vessel, and would do more to keep it. It was that simple. I would pull his strings until it was time to cut them. No, you won't hear from me after today. You'll never see me again. I will not tell you where I am or where I'm going, and this is my final transmission. But one day, I will come back for her. I swear it.
The Well Went Bad on the Pierson Farm. Written by William Dalphin. Performed by Pendleton Ackwright. Featuring the cast and crew of the Simply Scary podcast. The other night, I read my oldest daughter a bedtime story from one of her favorite books of ghost stories. Afterwards, she turned to me with a question.
That story wasn't true, was it, Daddy?
No, of course not. She wrapped her arms around me.
Because things like ghosts and monsters don't exist, do they?
I petted her head and lied. No, they're not real. After making sure both girls were tucked in good and tight, I left the room while my wife kissed each of them, and stood for a while looking out the living room window to the darkened street below. I could feel my body tensing up instinctively, like it knew something was coming, but nothing ever did. Still, I looked out the window for far too long, remembering the terrible October of my 15th year. I worked as a cashier at Klein's Pharmacy in the center of town, and had just finished up my shift. Home was miles away, but I enjoyed the walk and having some time to myself and my thoughts. The days were getting colder, though, forcing me to bundle up tighter to keep the chill out. Normally, I just followed Main Street until it came to Loop Road, which winded through woods and crop fields. But on a whim, I decided to take a shortcut through some of the farms that bordered the town. After a few minutes of hiking, I reached a stone wall on the edge of the Pierson's lot, and I hopped it to cut through one of their fields that seemed to be unused. The dirt was hard and crunched beneath my weight. Leaves covered much of the area, blown off a thicket of nearby trees. Across the field, I could just make out the Pierson's farmhouse in the distance. Quiet and cozy. I stayed clear of it, though, as Mr. Pierson was known to chase trespassers off his land with a shotgun. On the other end of the field, just before another stone wall, I spotted a ring of set rocks surrounding a hole in the ground. If I hadn't been watching my step to avoid stumbling over the uneven terrain, I might very well not have noticed it, and wouldn't be telling you this story now. It was an old well hole, probably dug many years ago. A lot of the farms in the area had them, often abandoned, and boarded over when the well went dry, or the owners built a new house on another section of the land. This one, however, was not covered. Propped up against the stone wall was what looked like a wood lid that had probably been laid over it at some point, But for some reason, it was not that day. As I got closer and my shoes crunched in the frozen soil, I heard a small voice echo from the darkened depths of the well.
Hello?
Oh no, I thought. Somebody's down there.
Please, help me.
It sounded like a kid, and I immediately thought of Robbie Pierson, son of the people who owned the farm. He was only 9 years old. Had he fallen in the well? I ran over to the edge of the hole, catching myself at the ridge of set rocks and cautiously peering over into it, half expecting to see Robbie standing just a few feet down, looking up at me. But the well was deep, and it dropped straight off into a foreboding blackness. I couldn't make out anything in there.
Robbie, is that you?
Yes, help me. I think my leg is broken.
Hang on.
I started looking around for a rope, for anything I could drop down and have him tied around himself. But I couldn't find anything, and it occurred to me that I was probably not strong enough to haul the 9-year-old out of a well on my own anyway.
Robbie, hang in there. I'm gonna go get your parents.
No, please, don't leave me here.
I gotta get somebody, Robbie. Don't panic, just hang on.
For the briefest moment, I didn't move. Something seemed to keep me looking down into the hole in the unrelenting darkness. A dizzying sense that I was already falling into it. And somewhere far down below, I heard a sound like something digging desperately at the earth.
No, stay with me, please. Don't go, don't leave me here. No.
But then the wind whipped a bunch of leaves up at my face, and I snapped out of my trance. Turning on my heel, I sprinted for the Pierson homestead. I could hear Robbie's cries echoing up behind me, yelling for me to stay. The sun was setting, and it was starting to get gray and colder outside. I was afraid that if I didn't do something fast, it'd be too dark before anyone could do anything. I was out of breath when I got to the farmhouse, but I didn't pause before pounding on the door. Raised voices came from inside, and then Mrs. Pierson appeared, a middle-aged lady with her hair done up in a bun, and an unpleasant look on her face, glaring at me.
Who are you?
Behind her, I saw Mr. Pierson in his blue overalls getting what looked like a shotgun out of their hall closet. He had the same expression of displeasure on his face as his wife, and for a second, my confidence in the situation waned. But then I remembered that it was their son who needed help, and I started talking fast and gesticulating wildly at her.
Your son Robbie fell in a well.
Mrs. Pierson scrunched up her face.
What are you yammering about?
I tried again, steadying myself against the doorframe.
Your son Robbie, he's fallen down a well.
Mr. Pierson set the shotgun down by the foot of the stairs behind his wife and looked at me crossly.
Nonsense. Robbie's upstairs, taking a bath.
They looked at each other for a moment, and I caught a glimpse of some unspoken thought pass between them. Then Mrs. Pierson stepped back from the door and called up the stairs.
Robbie!
Mr. Pierson stood in front of me, blocking the door. He was going on in his years, but he was still built like an ox, big and sturdy and very imposing. I cringed uncontrollably away from him like a dog afraid of being swatted with a rolled-up newspaper. From somewhere upstairs, I heard a voice call back down to the three of us.
What is it?
It was not the same voice I heard echoing out of the well, and yet it was similar in the way that a lot of young kids sound alike.
Nothing. Finish up.
Mrs. Pierson turned to me and crossed her arms, satisfied.
See? He's fine.
But I heard...
I was at a loss for words. Mr. Pierson looked down at me.
What well hole you talking about? The one in the north field?
I nodded.
Someone's in there. I heard them.
Stay away from the north field. That well's gone bad.
But...
Stay away. Don't come on this property again, you hear? Go home.
Mr. Pierson clearly had nothing more to say, and left me standing there on the front porch, stunned and confused. I wondered just what the hell had happened as the sun set and everything took on a shade of blue. I had not imagined that voice. Something inside nagged at me, urging me to investigate. I walked down the front steps and headed back toward the field, determined to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy. Looking back over my shoulder at the farmhouse for a brief moment, I saw Mrs. Pierson peeking out the window at me and shaking her head. A shiver ran through me, but maybe that was just from the quickly dropping temperature. At the stone wall, the well hole seemed bigger, more ominous. I felt threatened by its presence, as if it could move of its own accord and would slide under my feet and swallow me up. The wind picked up as I stared at it, and the wood cover creaked, rocking gently against the stone wall. It was the only sound I could hear. No voice emanated out of the hole.
Oh, hello?
In all honesty, I didn't really want to hear a response, and I was grateful when none came. I stood there, staring at it in the diminishing light, wondering if my eyes were going to start doing pinwheels in my head. The sound of crunching leaves from the nearby copse of trees made me jump, and I all at once felt really exposed and vulnerable, like a rabbit sitting out in a field surrounded by the eyes of 100 foxes as they lick their lips and converge on it. I wanted to be anywhere but there, and I took off running in the direction of home until I couldn't run any more and had to hobble the rest of the way, tired and sweaty. When I got home, I told my parents what had happened. I was less than thrilled with my mother's dismissive response.
Maybe it was Robbie Pierson playing a trick on you, with a walkie-talkie or something.
I don't see how that's possible.
So, you're saying there's someone in the well?
Well, I mean...
I stopped when I realized I didn't really have an answer to the question. My mother smiled in that sympathetic way that says, "You poor, sad little fool." And I clammed up and went to wash my hands for dinner, determined to tell somebody who would listen to me tomorrow. The next day, I went over to my friend Jasper Higgins' house and shared my tale with him. Jasper's a bit of a jerk, but he's the kind of jerk who will listen to even the most ridiculous of stories, and accept them as fact if you say they are. Still, he made a point of spending the rest of the afternoon teasing me about getting spooked when I went back to the well. So I asked him, if he was so brave, why he didn't go himself and see that old well hole.
I'll go if you come with me.
No way! I'm not going back out there, with or without you.
I finally relented. After all, I told myself, maybe it really was just Robbie Pierson playing a prank. And with Jasper there with me, there was less likelihood of something bad happening. At least that's what I told myself. So we went together out to the Piersons' farm the following afternoon. Jasper met me at the local grocery store and we took our bicycles since he didn't want to walk. It didn't take as long for us to get there on our bikes, but in order to reach the field, we had to abandon them down the road and hike a bit through some corn. I also advised Jasper to avoid getting spotted by any of the Piersons. We had a good hour until dusk, but it was cloudy and gray that day, and everything was darker because of it. As we neared the stone wall, I eased back, letting Jasper take the lead.
Watch your step.
There, ahead of us, was the well, with only the low ring of set rocks visible as a marker before it dropped down into nothingness. Standing a good distance away, I felt a strange tugging sensation, almost physical, but no actual presence seemed to be doing it. My foot lifted as if to step forward, but I willed it back down. Ahead of me, Jasper paused, then seemed to lurch slightly forward, as if pulled by the same invisible string that tugged at me. Unlike me, though, he yielded to it, walking slowly toward the well. I reached out to grab him, but he was already 10 steps ahead and out of my reach. Despite the cold autumn air, I felt myself starting to sweat. Maybe nothing was going to... As if in response to my unfinished thought, a quiet sobbing echoed up from down in that dark hole. Jasper stopped with his foot out in front of him and turned to look at me. His face was a mask of white, and his eyes seemed to bug out of his head for a moment. Then he regained his composure and stepped closer to the well.
Is somebody live there?
It wasn't the same voice. This time it sounded feminine, a girl's voice. I continued to stare at Jasper to see what he would do. He seemed suddenly less certain, more nervous, and he hesitated from making another move, seeming to listen and test the situation with silence.
Hello?
Jasper looked back at me, and I shook my head. No, we need to leave.
Who's that down that there well?
Jasper put his foot down, crunching in the packed dirt, and stood by the well, leaning slightly over to look down into it.
Please, help me.
If I had never been by that well before, that voice would almost sound beautiful. But in my ears that day, there was something unpleasant about it, a gurgling wetness to it that filled me with dread. Did Jasper hear that too? I could see in his eyes that he didn't.
I repeat, who are you?
Jasper looked at me again and raised his hand, ushering at me as if to say, "Come here." I shook my head in return, unembarrassed to show him how frightened I was.
Please, don't go. I'm so scared.
I ain't going nowhere. Who are you? How'd y'all get down there?
My stomach bunched into a big knot.
Jasper, let's go!
Why did it seem to be getting darker faster than it should have? The sun wasn't supposed to set for a good half hour, and yet it felt like the entire world was being covered in a long, blanketing shadow. I realized I was trembling. Jasper was too. I could see it, and yet he refused to step back from that damned hole.
Are you still there? Please, you have to help me. It's so dark down here, please.
We both stood there as the world dimmed around us, and that girl kept calling from down in the well, the sound of water echoing up with her. He held a finger up to silence me.
I say again, how do y'all get down in that well?
She didn't answer him. Instead, there came a noise I will never in my life forget. Hands, fingers, scratching at the sides of the hole, digging into the dirt and earth and scrambling up. Whoever, whatever it was, whatever pretended to be Robbie, pretending to be this girl, it was climbing out of that hole, and it was doing it incredibly fast. Lord forgive me, I ran. I don't think Jasper even noticed me bolt. I glanced back for a split second, and he was just standing there at the edge of the hole, looking down into it, his mouth hanging open slightly. And then I almost tripped over my own feet and had to watch where I was going. I never looked back again. As the well and Jasper swiftly fell behind, I heard the briefest of reports, a shout. Jasper shouting. No, Jasper screaming. Cut short as quickly as it began. Just a split second of his voice, shrill and terrified. And then nothing, but enough to send a flock of crows in one of the nearby fields to flight. If anything more was to be heard, the panicked calls of the birds drowned it out. When I got to the bikes, I grabbed mine and pedaled until I reached home, falling at the front gate and tumbling head over heels up the sidewalk before bolting inside and locking the door behind me. My parents sat in the living room, startled by my frightened and disheveled appearance. I started babbling and gesticulating wildly, trying to explain to them what had happened, but it took several minutes for my mother to calm me down enough for them to make any sense of what I was saying. My father got on the phone with Jasper's dad. The two of them drove out together to the Pierson farm where, from what I was told later, Mr. Pierson met them at his door with his shotgun and scowl at the ready. I tried to wait for my father to return with news of Jasper, but I was exhausted, and my mother insisted on giving me something to calm me down and told me to go rest in bed until my father got back. Before I knew it, I was fast asleep.
This is your fault! Your fault! You left me here to die! Why would you bring me here? Why? I'm gonna die here because of you!
I dreamed I was back at the Piersons' farm, standing in that barren field, only now the well was as big as a house. As I stood looking down into its bottomless depths, I heard Jasper screaming from somewhere far below me, screaming and blaming me for everything. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. I just stood there, rooted to the spot, and watched his long, twisted, inhuman arms reached up out of the darkness, pulling the thing in the well out to say hello to me. Jasper's screams began to bubble with that same sick wetness that the girl's voice had been filled with. I woke up unsure of what time it was. Had my father come home? My heart raced in my chest from the nightmare. Climbing out of bed, I stood there in the dark of my room, looking out the window and feeling suddenly afraid. That sense of the hundreds of eyes watching me was back, but this time I had nowhere to run to. Outside, a street lamp illuminated the sidewalks in front of my house. There, at the edge of my yard, was Jasper. He looked pale. He looked tired. And he just stood there, arms hanging at his sides, staring up at me in my bedroom window. We looked at each other for what felt like an eternity. Then, like before by the well, he raised his hand and gestured to me. Come here. I shook my head. No. Somewhere far off I heard a sound like the wind whistling through the trees. But there weren't any trees and there was no wind. Just a strange rising howl. I stood there in my window, watching Jasper on the sidewalk at the edge of my yard, silently beckoning me to come to him. I was afraid that if I looked away, he'd be in my room with me. Afraid that he was behind me even as I stood there watching him. My mind struggled with the need to keep looking at him as it conflicted with the escalating fear that he was right behind me and that I should turn around to check. I never want to live a night like that ever again. The morning came and I woke up in a pile on my floor. I had collapsed from sheer exhaustion and only barely recalled the sight of Jasper outside that night. But it all came crashing back down on me when I went downstairs and saw my father eating breakfast. When he saw me, his expression grew concerned and the bottom dropped out of my stomach.
Dad. Jasper,
I'm sorry, son.
That was all he had to say. Mr. Pierson had led them out to the well that night. Jasper's shoe was found by the hole. They tried to see if they could spot him, but it was too dark and deep for even their flashlights to illuminate anything. An emergency rescue team flew out from the city to help try to find him, but what they discovered was that the well didn't have a bottom. It opened into a subterranean cave system, hundreds of yards deep and dark as an abyss. It could take weeks for them to locate and retrieve his body, if it was even down there. They called off the search after 3 months at the request of Jasper's parents. The hole was sealed with a concrete slab and a truckload of cement. I watched from the road, and Mr. Pierson stopped nearby on his tractor and strode over to me with a harsh, accusatory stare.
I told you. That well went bad.
You knew something was down there.
Ain't nothing down there.
Our eyes met, and I held Mr. Pierson's stare with a chilling one of my own.
Jasper's down there.
You sure of that?
Mr. Pierson walked off and left me with that thought. He was right, though. Jasper's not down there. I saw him outside my house that first night, pale like an apparition. Or maybe I saw the thing from the well. The thing from deeper than the well. The thing from the Stygian abyss the well broke into. Maybe both. I don't know. But I'll never forget the look of it, or the fact that it came for me and tried to get me to go with it, or the fact that such things exist.
Richard Mays had done well for himself. He and his wife had raised 3 beautiful boys, and they owned the biggest farm for miles round. No one had as many horses or sheep as he did. Each day, he watched over his hundreds of chickens and his many herd of cattle. Each day, there were more and more of them, and at first, he was pleased. But before long, there were so many that he began to worry. He could not manage them all, and was forced to tend to them night and day. He often looked at them and thought, if only I was so hungry that I could eat them up, then life would be good again. That summer, a plague broke out among Richard's animals. Many of his cattle and sheep died. The chickens died too, and some of his horses. Richard was grateful for this. Surely I am blessed, he thought. What a miracle this plague has been. But it did not seem that way for long. As the days passed, more sheep and herds of cattle died. Richard was alarmed. He had not the room or the time to bury them all. Soon he was exhausted and did nothing but lay in bed, watching summer turn to fall. One day, his wife came to his side.
Richard,
she said calmly,
there's something I have to tell you.
What is it? He demanded. Have the children died as well?
Oh, of course not,
she replied.
You're going to be a father. I'm pregnant again.
The farmer was overjoyed. He had always wanted another child. He was so thrilled that he got out of bed and chopped wood that very same day. But soon he noticed a change in his wife that worried him. She ate constantly and could not seem to stop. Night and day she devoured all of their canned food and dry meal and drank all their syrup and honey. She left nothing for the others, but stranger still, she did not gain weight, but instead seemed to be starving.
Please, wife,
Richard pleaded.
you will starve us all if you do not stop eating.
I cannot stop, she cried. The baby, he twists and turns inside me. He hurts me when I stop eating.
What nonsense. You're just being selfish.
I'm not, his wife shrieked. Not until I have eaten a half a dozen chickens does he stop beating me. And he wants more each day and leaves nothing for me. Time went on, and as winter turned to spring, the plague moved on. Soon, the animals were as numerous as ever, and just in time. The baby now demanded half a calf a day. Richard watched in horror as his wife butchered, fried, and devoured 3 of his cows each week. Even then, the baby scratched, kicked, twisted, and turned, and the wife looked worse than ever. Just as it seemed she might die, the wife gave birth to the baby boy. Soon thereafter, she recovered her strength. The baby was as hungry as ever, but Richard was no longer concerned because the plague had ended and food was plentiful. In just a few weeks, the chickens again numbered in the hundreds. The cattle were so many, no one could see them all as they stretched across the pastures. There were now dozens of horses and more sheep than ever. This would have worried Richard had it not been for the baby. As an infant, the boy ate 3 large chickens a day, and once old enough to walk, their largest sheep for breakfast and lunch, and a horse for dinner. Richard was horrified at this, but at least he had time to rest.
Surely I am blessed,
he thought.
What a miracle this boy has been.
But it did not seem that way for long. As more days passed, the boy continued to grow, as did his appetite. At times he was so ravenous, he seemed more like an animal than a boy, and more than once bit his mother's hands as she fed him. The farmer and his wife found themselves cooking constantly for the boy, so that they could get nothing else done. But Richard had an idea.
Wife,
he said one morning after breakfast,
why bother cooking the meat at all? The boy eats so quickly, he wouldn't notice if it were raw.
Perhaps you're right, his wife replied. I am tired of feeding him. Take him to the pasture this afternoon and see what he does.
That same day at noon, Richard took the boy to where his many animals grazed and let him go. In moments, the boy took off running and threw a small sheep to the ground. Then he tore open its throat with his bare hands and devoured it alive. The farmer watched in horror as his son rose from the bloody carcass with a crazed look in his eyes. Things went on like that for many weeks. Richard would take his boy to the pastures, and the boy would consume all the animals he could catch. The boy devoured calves and colts as a hungry dog eats chickens. Richard was disgusted by this, but could not do without the boy, whose appetite allowed him to keep his livestock at a manageable number. So he let things go on this way for months. After a while, Richard did not bother to stay with the boy, but began to leave him out in the fields all day long. And each night, when the farmer retrieved him, he swore his boy had grown larger and more like an animal. He noticed, too, after a month or so, that the boy was not just eating the meat of the animals anymore, but their bones as well. So there was no way to tell how many the boy had eaten. But the boy was growing. Of that, there was no doubt. Several months passed. Winter came, and the animals would no longer breed. And yet, the boy continued to eat them, as many as ever. Soon the big flocks of chickens were gone, and the extra herds of cattle. There were but a few sheep left, and a half a dozen horses. The boy had eaten all the others. Richard was scared. The boy was so large then that he could not live in the house, but slept in an empty barn.
Oh, what have we brought upon ourselves?
The farmer cried.
The boy is no blessing. He's a curse. What'll he do after he's eaten everything we have?
It didn't take long to find out. In another week, all the animals were gone, eaten by the boy, bones and all. There were no more sheep or horses. There were no more cattle or chickens. The farmer's wealth was gone, and his family was starving. Everyone was terribly angry, so they all marched to the barn where the boy lived and found him sleeping. They kicked him angrily.
Look what you have done!
The wife screamed.
You've eaten everything we've owned.
The boy, now grown to the size of a moose, woke from his slumber and groaned.
Mother!
The boy growled.
Mother! I am hungry. Fetch me a horse to eat.
I will not, she screamed and kicked him again.
We have no more horses. You have devoured them all. Well, fetch me a cow then.
The boy said to his brothers.
I'm hungry.
We will not. The boy's brothers screamed. We have no more cows. You ate them all up, every last one. At this, the boy stood and hissed at them all.
I am starving.
The boy moaned.
What is there to eat?
There's nothing left here, Richard cried. Well, go on and find food elsewhere. The boy did as he was told. That same day, began wandering the countryside, devouring every animal he could find. Within days, Richard received word from his neighbors that something terrible had happened.
I tell you, someone's been taking all my livestock,
his neighbor cried.
And they've taken our only daughter.
Richard knew it was his boy that had done it, but was too ashamed to admit it.
Perhaps a wolf's eaten your cows,
Richard said.
As for your daughter, I'm sure she's hiding under the bed or something, playing in the fields. Have a look, I'll go look myself.
Well, perhaps you're right, his neighbor replied. I'll go check out them fields and return with news. But the neighbor did not return in several hours, so Richard sent his oldest son off to find him. But night came, and still his son had not returned. Richard sent his second oldest son to find the others, and then at noon, his third boy rode off as well. By dinner that night, not one of them had returned. Finally, the farmer's wife offered to go and look for her sons.
I cannot sleep another wink,
she said,
until I know my boys are home safe.
Her husband protested, but could not change her mind, so she rode off as well and left him there alone. Many hours passed, and darkness fell again. Richard's wife was not home yet, and there was still no sign of his sons or his neighbor. He was quite worried, but exhausted too, and after some time, drifted off to sleep. He was awakened in the night by a sound at his bedside. He shot up in bed immediately and held his breath. It was very dark indeed, and he could not see at all, but he heard the floor creak beside him and was scared. There was something there. He felt its hot, stinking breath on his neck as it leaned in. Richard gripped his sheets tightly, his teeth clenched. Just then, a deep growling voice came from beside him.
I am ever so hungry,
it rasped.
What is there to eat?
Richard was so scared he could hardly speak.
Nothing. Go find food elsewhere.
For a moment, it was quiet. But then the thing leaned in closer.
You lie!
The thing moaned. Richard could smell the rotting flesh in its teeth and hear the floor creaking under its weight. Richard swallowed hard and reached for his pistol on the nightstand. The thing leaned in closer. Richard could feel its teeth against his throat. The thing whispered,
Father, you smell delicious. Chilling tales for dark nights.